Today what we're going to do is we're going to talk about the AI. So how many people have used AI already? Few of you, few of you, few of you. And what have you used it for? Just ChatGPT. And what did everyone else use? What do you use it for? I timed that just right as soon as you put it in your mouth. I learned that from waitresses. Okay, sure. Okay, the books. What have you done? Yeah, yeah, probably. Yeah, if it's too good, yeah. So I think you're going to have to massage it a little bit to make it relevant. But one of the things you can do on Facebook for social media is use ChatGPT to find good quotes. Quotes are the number one thing shared on social media. You can just post quotes on social media, and I promise you, you will grow like you've never grown before. And it sounds so crazy, but I'm telling you, just post quotes, and you could do that if you wanted to, and then mix in a few other things. What else? Else have you done? Ah, okay, that's awesome. That's a great thing. And what else? Who else? His wife's a lesson planning. Sure. So you cheated. So you cheated. They paid you, and then you paid for it.
Amazing.
Yeah. With AI, here's what I expect. Is this me or is it that microphone? Gremlins, that's what it is. But I always tell people that AI is absolutely useless. I mean, for the most part, ChatGPT useless, and all of it is actually useless unless you know exactly what to put in it, unless you know what to ask it for. Now, a lot of systems, have pre-made things that you can do. If you want to write a blog article, if you want to do this, if you want to do that, it has pre-made prompts that are already built into the system to make it happen. But again, most people use it very superficially, meaning they just say, "Write me this, write me that," and that's about it. But if you know what to write, or if you know how to use it, we can actually get the exact answer that we want, and we can actually get it written in a human voice, and we can even get it written in a person's voice that someone we don't know. So let me give you an example. So I'm a big Elvis Presley fan. Okay, so one of the things I did is I played around with. I wanted to know how good is this system. So I said I want you to assume that you are Elvis Presley. You know everything there is to know about Elvis Presley, where he was born, what he did, all the fine details that nobody else knows. So then I started asking it questions. And I didn't ask it normal questions like, oh, what was his first song or something like that. I asked it like ridiculous questions. What was the taxi cab that he drove away in from the Ed Sullivan Show in 1957? And it answered. And then you can even get to more detailed questions, like who wrote "In the Ghetto," right? And Mac Davis. That was the answer. But it told me the right answer, told me the year, told me the studio, and told me exactly what was going on during that day when this particular song was written. And so you can actually have conversations as another. I know it sounds weird, but you can actually have conversations with historical figures, and it knows. Remember, it's trained on, like, I don't know, now it's like 7 billion points of data. So because it has all this information, what it's doing is it can knows everything about an individual and what they can do, what they know, and things that you would never guess or do. And I think the problem that most people have is that they just don't know really what to use it for. It's like when I first got a hold of AI, I'm like, I remember I was riding in the car with my wife. she drives because she doesn't like the way I drive, because I actually drive the speed limit. And she thinks it's a suggestion. So, so what happened is I was in the car and I just got access to it. And I was like, what do you ask something that knows everything? That was what I was stumped with. And I only felt that time one time ever in my life before that. And when I felt that the first time was back in 1996, the day that I jumped on the internet for the first time. And that's the only time. So those are the two times ever that I was just stumped. I didn't know what to ask. I didn't know what to say. And way back when, when I first jumped on the internet, in the first 30 minutes, I asked all the important questions, like, do aliens exist? Is Elvis still alive? Things like that, the important things. So when I got on ChatGPT, and the first things I asked is, do aliens exist? Is Elvis still alive? So, but now I just started thinking, what could I ask it? What could I do? And then I started seeing the results of what it was asking, what it was doing. I asked it to write a sales letter. So for some of you that don't know and don't know me, I've been in internet marketing since 1996. Throughout this time, I've made about $200 million in sales, and pretty much just with a small team of about 5 people. So writing copy is one of the things that I do. Is it really me?
I don't know if it is. It could be a short of
I don't think so. Okay. So, where was I?
Sorry.
Let me start again. My name is Arman Morin. Yeah. So anyway, so I write a lot of copy, and so the first thing I want to do is, can it write a sales letter for me? So I said what most people would say. I said, write a sales letter for me. Write a sales letter about this fictional product, and I put some product in, and it wrote basically an email. That's really what it wrote. And then I started thinking, okay, well, what and how can I train it? How can I train this to write a sales letter like I would write a sales letter? And it took me 2 weeks. 2 weeks to get one function out of it, to write an exact sales letter, utilizing all the best practices of all the great copywriters in history, and formulating it so it has a certain path to it, that it's actually persuasive, and something that I would actually take, copy, and put on a sales letter right now. So let me give you an example. So I have a software called Goody. Some of you have it. And the software itself, I didn't write the sales letter for the software. Not ChatGPT, but Goody, or OpenAI, actually wrote the whole thing. Now here's the interesting part. I sent the sales letter over to a friend of mine who was actually a copywriter, a very well-known copywriter. And he's like, man, I don't know. I don't think it. And I didn't tell him who wrote it. He goes, I just don't think that the flow of it goes well. I don't like the headlines here. I don't like the way this happened here and the way this happened here. I'm like, oh, okay, fine. I said, I'm going with it anyway, because I think it sounds great. Turns out my sales letter is converting right now on cold traffic at 5%. Now, the average sales letter on the internet converts typically between 1% to 2%. So we're converting at 5% with something that I didn't even write. Yesterday, I released a new software product out. And again, I'm kind of spoiled. So I didn't write that sales letter either. So I just put it up, asked it to write this particular sales letter on this particular product. Sure enough, yesterday, I think alone, we made close to $10,000 on that sales letter. So not shabby. Now, again, do I feel bad that I didn't write it? No, not at all. It saves me a boatload of time. My emails that I send out, I am spoiled. I'll have it write the emails most of the time as well too. And it's still working as well. But here's the part that most people don't get about AI, is that AI is actually here, and it's here to stay. And it's always going to be part of your life from now on. Now, the funny part about that was apparently the CEO is not going to be in your life anymore because he got fired like yesterday. So the CEO of OpenAI is now gone, and there's an interim CEO, and who knows what's going to happen next. But the path that they're on is on something that's crazy. And what you're going to see in the next 12 months is going to make anything that's out there right now look like child's play. So let me give you an example of what they're doing with this technology. The CEO actually is teaming up, the old CEO is now teaming up with a guy named John Ivey. Does anyone know who John Ivey is? John Ivey is the guy that was at Apple with Steve Jobs that designed all of the products that Apple has. He's like the highest paid designer in the world. So John Ivey and the CEO from OpenAI actually are teaming up, and they have a product. It's called Humane.ai. Now, Humane.ai is this wearable device that you put on your shirt, and what it does is they believe that you shouldn't have to have tech devices all the time to utilize and get information. So what happens is when this thing, I guess, vibrates, you hold out your hand, and it shines a little screen onto your palm, and it tells you what the message is. It tells you this or that, and it's screenless. So there's no more screens, and that's what they believe is actually going to happen. I believe what's going to happen eventually is that we're actually going to have, kind of like what's that, Minority Report? Yeah, the Minority Report. And we already have that now. So actually at my house, here's something kind of cool, which I actually don't talk about it very much. It's kind of used to me already. So I have this little device in front of my keyboard. And when I'm browsing the internet, I just go up to scroll up, and then I scroll left, scroll right to go to the next page. And I can click on things in the air, and it just goes around and does my thing. Now, I don't do it all the time because a lot of things I do are precise. But if I'm just sitting there, doing whatever, drinking a cup of coffee or something, I'll just swipe up, down, whatever, and it just records all my hand motions. I can even go in and I can grab something in the middle of the air that's on the screen, and I can turn it, I can rotate it, I can throw it, and it's all just by reading. It's this little tiny thing. It's this big, and it's called Leap. That's what it's called, and it's only like $100, right? That's the funny part. Now I have the version that was like 5 years ago, so I don't even know what it does now. So it's kind of crazy, but you're going to see more and more of that coming up on board. I remember watching this movie. It was like a 80s movie or something, and the whole point of this 80s movie was that they had a group of kids basically, and they were trying to make a computer for under $100. Now they've already done that now, right? Which is like $50 you can get a computer. But here's the thing: this computer had they had a couple conditions: no keyboard and no screen. And what they did was shown the keyboard down on the table, which we have now, and the screen was actually basically light going back and forth, and kind of like you've seen these things for kids. The more it shines back and forth, it kind of produces a screen out of the air. And we're going to have things like that that's going to be tied to us, but we're not going to have the technology to really use it. I mean, a lot of these things already exist. But what you need to understand is that the question is, how can you make your life better with AI? How can you start utilizing it? And this is where people have the transition. And the faster you transition, the better you're going to be. So for example, if you're traveling and you want to go, I don't know, let's say to Orlando, and you tell the system how much money you have and how much you want to spend per day, and then then you tell it this is what I want to do, and you tell it it's going to give us the restaurants that you want to go to, and it's going to give you the right path so you can get the most things done and seen throughout your vacation at the same time. Now, we actually already have that built into the system with my Goody system. So we're going to show you all that. But this morning, I want to start with something actually kind of fun. And the most fun thing for me with AI is actually images. You can create all kinds of crazy images. And you're going to probably have to bear with me a little bit because I'm not actually using my computer. We might have to grab it or something, I think, at a time, because what we're going to do is we're going to be using the system up here, and so I don't remember my passwords usually. So, so let's try this. Let's see if I can. So what we're going to do, the first thing we're going to look at is some of you maybe have heard something called Midjourney. Has anyone heard of that? So Midjourney is the most amazing software that there is. And I have to get used to this. There's a keyboard over here. Let's see. Need to be on. There it is. I just got these glasses like 2 days ago, and they're those progressive lens, right? So I don't know if I'm falling or not, or is there a step there? Is there not a step there? Midjourney.com. Okay, so this is the most unintuitive site there ever has been. So you have no idea what to do with this thing. So, but there is a little button down at the bottom that says sign in. And let's see if we can sign in. Oh, this is the tough part now. I am a human. So why did it ask if it's just going to tell me it's wrong? Let's do this. Let's bring my computer up from the back. And this way I can cheat and look on my computer. You know, that's a sad part when you save all your passwords on your connected to your account. So Midjourney, the funny part about it is that the only way you can use it is through this thing called Discord. And Discord happens to be like a chat room that's made. Just squint. Okay. Okay, so let's try this real quick. Helps if I use the right keyboard. I promise it will go faster. That's just okay. So let's see if we can go to Discord. Oh, we'll get it from a different way. So this is Discord. Just going to open up in our browser. Let's try my. Oh, my phone's back there too. So apparently the tech guy couldn't, or is not here, or he is here. Oh man, faked me out. I was the reason I was asking is because so we could actually use my computer. So. Okay, so this is Midjourney. Now, what happens is Midjourney uses what's called a Discord. Okay, so Discord is, let me just make it really simple for you. Discord is a chat room. It's a multiple chat rooms that you can join different communities with, and you can create groups. It's free, doesn't cost you a dime to use it. But in order to use it, you do need an account on midjourney.com. So you first have to sign up at midjourney.com. Then once you have an account, then what they'll do is they'll say, click here to join our Discord. And then when you first go to Discord, it'll ask you to download the app that's appropriate for your operating system. And then you'll open up, see something like this. Now, what they'll do is on the left-hand side, there's a sailboat, and you'll see all kinds of stuff. And so what you do is in this first room, you have to go to like these newcomer rooms. Now, this is what everyone does. And so now I'll just kind of show you what happens. So these are the images that people are making like right now. I know they look a little strange, but this, like, someone just made these pigs. You know how they made these pigs? They literally typed in "when pigs fly, photorealism." That's all they typed in. So they have these pigs, which is kind of cool. And so they, they didn't really type in too much. Let's go down to the bottom. So you can see there's different, look at a strawberry eating somebody apparently. Interesting. Just like someone, I don't know, getting killed. I mean, that's a very disturbing individual. So, but in this particular case, you can write whatever you want, you can do whatever you want. And basically what you do is you scroll down to the bottom. And the way this works is you put in your cursor, and you have to always do this, /imagine, and then hit space, and then it's going to say prompt. So now what you do is you write whatever it is that you'd like to create. So let's say, what do you guys want me to make? A peanut butter kangaroo. Okay. Create an image of a peanut butter kangaroo. This will be very interesting. And the real question is, why did you say that? That's the big question. Okay. Oh, no, that's not it. Forget it. So anyway, so I put it in, and it says, right now it says waiting to start way down here. Okay. So it says waiting to start, and then I'm just going to kind of follow mine. And what it will do is it says waiting to start, and then eventually it says 0%, and now that's what it's starting at. So we're now starting to see it create. Now, at first, it's going to look kind of weird, and it's just going to look kind of messed up. And then it's going to get a little more clear. It's at 62% now, and then it's at 93%, which looks pretty good. And then it's there. So this is what it just made us, a peanut butter kangaroo. I like the one down here, which is the kangaroo with peanut butter thrown at it. I mean, it's kind of like animal abuse. But that's a peanut butter kangaroo. But now what we can do is, let's say something you need to do for, let's say you're making a website or something. And we want to make a website, and we want to have well, let's just say I want to make a photo that I want to hang up on my wall of my favorite music artist. Okay, so someone give me an artist. Paul McCartney. You know, the funny part is it makes Paul McCartney, but it makes John Lennon real good. But Paul McCartney is like one of those. And I actually did this literally the other day. And the reason is because a friend of mine is actually writing a Beatles musical with someone, and so I was telling him, man, you could just have it made here. So imagine Paul. I'm going to use this. Oops. Imagine, I'm going to say colorful, Paul McCartney then I'm going to say nostalgic. And I'm not going to put peanut butter. I can only do that once a day. So now it's going to start creating Paul McCartney, or at least we hope it's going to be Paul McCartney. And it was kind of interesting, like I said the other day when I was making him, it was close, but it wasn't actually Paul McCartney. So we'll see what it does today. I didn't do him by himself. It's actually, I think it's going to be fairly good. But you can never tell this early, and it'll look like crap. So that is looking like Paul McCartney. It's actually really good. When you put the words colorful, what happens is in the background, it'll be like this mesh of paint, just kind of thrown in the back. And so I like using that a lot of times. And so here's the image of Paul McCartney. So yeah, I mean, imagine it with his face squished in a little bit. So because everything's stretched on here. But yeah, I mean, we have Paul McCartney right there. We can do anything we want. Now, again, let's assume I like this, okay? So let's say I like one of them. Which one do you think is the best? Top left. Up, yeah, left. Okay, so number 2, right here. So we'll say this number 2, we're going to upgrade. First of all, we're going to see, can we make it better? So we're going to put V2. And what V2 does is it says, I want to take number 2. It goes 1, 2, 3, 4. I want number 2, and I want to create variations of that. So we want to see if we can get it to make a different rendition that we might like better. So that's the first thing. And so it will go through, and it's going to give us variations of that. And it might be him posing, or his head might be slightly different. But it's basically going to take that and modify it a bit. Closer, further, things of that nature. So a little bit better. I still think number 2 is best. So there it is. So we modified it. Number 2 is still the best one, I think. And what we're going to do here is we're going to upgrade it, basically. Upscale it. So we're going to take number 2, which is U2, and then we're going to upscale it. So what you do is you sit there. Now it upscaled it. Now we can modify this. We can do, first of all, now it's called strong variations or subtle variations of it. And it will, again, make small modifications or really big modifications. But let's do this down here. So the first one says zoom out, okay? So think of this like a camera. This is the photo as it is right now. And we want it to zoom out so we can see more of him. So we're going to click on this, and we're going to say zoom out 1.5 times. So it's going to take that one message, and again, every time you make it, it always appears down at the bottom of the screen when you pop it up. But I use these images that it makes. Now I can make it change the style anytime I want to. In other words, I could make it do something a little bit different. So in this particular case, that was 1.5%, which didn't really make a lot of difference. It did, but not much. So there was the original, which is like to here, and then the 4 that are coming out is just a little bit. So what we're going to do is once it finishes, because right now it's still at 78%, we're going to take and we're going to take one again. Actually, I'll take the original one again, and we're going to zoom out 2 times. So again, it's going to make 4 renditions of it zoomed out again. And this is how you get different perspectives of what it is that you want. And it can be as cartoonish as you want, or it can be as realistic as you want. Meaning that if we just put in a couple words, we can make it look pretty realistic. So let's actually, while that's going, we're going to put in /imagine. So let's just look at that. No, it's actually not finished yet. So, and then I'm going to put silver, Porsche, silver Porsche. You guys, I guess, spell it different up here. So silver Porsche in the middle of the highway, and then I'm going to say photo shoot, and then I'm going to say photo realistic. So now it's going to make that. So this is Paul McCartney now. So as we did this, now we zoomed out 2 times. So now we're getting more of the body. So if we kept going on this, we could actually get him the whole body in there if we wanted to. If that was our intention, we could do that. But this one's wrong. Number 1 is wrong. Why is number 1 wrong? Anyone know? He's left-handed and he doesn't play guitar. He plays bass. So subtle details. So it's making our Porsche in the middle of the highway, just like I asked it to. It's 93%, and here's our Porsche. So, I mean, think about this. If we had to make something like this, we'd have to pay somebody, first of all. And again, we could take it one more level, and instead of photorealistic, we could say hyper-realistic. And with hyper-realistic, it's even going to look more real. This one looks pretty good, and you really couldn't tell from a distance that it's actually a drawing or anything like that. But we can actually get it to look an actual, like a real picture. So one of the things that I did when I first started playing with this is I just started putting in simple words. And then I would just say woman. And that's it. So I'm going to give it just woman. Do whatever you want to do. Now, the funny part is most of the time when you just give it a generic, it's actually pretty biased. It only likes women with dark brown hair. That's it, right? It will never, ever, just on its own, typically, watch it do it now, but it typically never gives you any other color hair. It'll just always be a woman with dark hair. See what I mean? Almost every single time. Now, again, I didn't give it any other instructions. I just used the word woman. So I let it do whatever it wanted to do, which is kind of make like a painting type of idea on this. So we have this painting, which is really cool. Now, the question is, what can we do with this? Okay. So let's say that you wanted to start a business online. I actually have a student doing this, and you want to start an online art gallery. So what you do is you upgrade these images. So you pick the one that you want as an example, and then we send it over to a company called, well, the one I use is Printify. And what Printify does is it will take this image and actually put it on a canvas, and then you can sell it. Now, the cool part about this is you can automate the whole thing. In other words, I can take the image, I take the image, and then I can actually, after the image is created, or when someone orders the image, right, once I've created, I should say, someone orders the image, it takes the order, sends it to Printify, it hits my credit card for what my wholesale cost is, and so I've already got the money at this point. Then it charges me whatever it's going to cost to make that and produce that. So, for example, it might cost me $20, and then I'm going to sell it for like $90. So does everyone see the picture of that that one up there? That not Abraham Lincoln, but Ben Franklin. There's a big Ben Franklin gold dollar sign up there. So that's made by a company called Iconic. So Iconic makes all kinds of images. Now, this is, let me just show you this real quick. So iconic, I think it might be iconic. Just make sure. No, this is it. Okay, so this is iconic. Now, these guys are doing a crazy amount of business. When I say crazy, I'm talking like, 50 to $100 million a year. Just keep that in mind. So what they do is now they've progressed, but let me show you some of the things that they've done. Things like this. They take this Monopoly figures or something similar to it, and they blow them up, put them on canvases, and typically they're very positive sayings on it. No risk, no reward, pay to play, rent due, success is never owned, only rented, rent is due every day. So that's just some, but we can see some of these. So let's go look at some of the canvas. And we're just going to say motivational, okay? So there's some with like Michael Jordan and things that now, but there wasn't before. Now they've licensed things from, here's like one, nutrition facts. Here's, again, a big ticket, ticket of life. There's like a dollar sign with money on it. And they basically just had an artist, aside from the ones that are photos of people, go ahead and make these things. Now, here's the funny thing about AI. When it comes to AI images and AI art, I know it sounds funny, but the one thing it can't do is the most simplest thing, and that is words. For whatever, I just never understood this, but it cannot do words. If you ask it, I want a picture of, I want a $100 bill with Ben Franklin on it. Sure, it will put Ben Franklin on it, but anything that has any words like 100, it'll look like Russian. It'll just be some funky letters put together, and no one's there yet explained it to me. And I'm not talking just about OpenAI. I'm talking about every image platform that exists that uses AI of any kind. It just cannot write words, and I have no idea. So let's go up again. Up here, oops, iconic originals. So these were the original ones that they've done. They had like a big cassette tape, again, a travel passport, money, an astronaut holding onto balloons, kind of like a Banksy type photo. A credit card type looking thing, big pair of lips, like an Andy Warhol type idea, pop art, words, things like this. These are not difficult images, and aside from the ones with words, because they can't do it. But again, we could take any one of these images. So let's just say I wanted to make an image, and I'm going to say, imagine, and I'm going to say astronaut, A-U-G-H-T, right? Is it A-G-H-T? N-A-U-T. Everyone agree with that? Oh, I've got you guys doubting it now. I'm going to go with it. Astronaut holding balloons. It will correct me. If you don't have to be precise. And then I'm going to say Banksy style. Now, again, astronaut holding balloons, Banksy style. So obviously, most of you maybe not know, but you may have heard of Banksy, right? Artist that, destroys public property. Okay. He does the graphics that you see painted on walls and stuff. But one of the things he does is this. So it's an astronaut holding balloons, and I typed in Banksy style. Now I can take any artist in history, and I can say make a photo in their particular style, and it will make it just like that artist. So where you wouldn't be able to tell the difference, honestly. So it's here we go. Here's the final one here. So we've got the balloons. Again, this is, for those of you that know, it's exactly like a Banksy style type photo. They're typically done on a wall, brick wall or something like that. But this is definitely what he would do. So Now, so you could do something like that. So again, let's think about this, just a simple concept. Let's say that you've got someone that just, again, they want to try their hand at doing something online. So what they can do is they could come to like Midjourney, they could create photos, and then you could go to Printify, and then what we could do is we could upload that photo to Printify, and then it kind of stays in our, let's call it our bank, okay? We have all these photos that we have, they're all in our bank at Printify. Now what happens, we can take that photo and we can upload it over to Etsy as an example. So Printify connects with Etsy, and Etsy already has people coming there, millions of people every single day, and you put the photo up, we put Banksy style art up on there, and I'm telling you, people will simply just buy it. And I'm not saying you're going to get totally rich, but once you catch on, then there's a big chance that you could actually get rich, because the more people you buy, the more people they will show. That's basically how it works. And so, so that's one thing you can do. Another thing, I'm going to.
You mean, which site did I buy it?
They buy off Etsy. So here's what happens: you connect your Etsy account to your Printify shop, and what happens is they go to Etsy, they find your art, okay? Because from Printify you publish directly to Etsy, okay? So they find your product on Etsy, they buy, and then what happens is that order gets shipped or sent over to Printify. Printify then makes the product and then sends it out to your customer with your name as the sender. So they don't even exist to your customer. So it's pretty cool. I mean, we do it with T-shirts. A lot of times, if we have T-shirts that we're selling, and I took a bunch of images that I bought online, I just uploaded them to Printify, and then we made a little store on Etsy, and there are all these cartoon characters, and then we just put them up there. And hey, I don't make a lot of money. It was really just a test, but I was so excited when I made $2.99 profit. I was like, telling my wife, I said, I made $2.99, and she's like, so? I'm like, but I said I did nothing. Go ahead. Can. Yeah. So what we can do is we're going to talk about writing software in a little bit. It's what? Okay. Okay. Yeah. Yeah. It can absolutely. So let me give you an example. So one of the first things I did was I program. Okay. And when I wanted it to write me a WordPress plugin, and now this wasn't a simple plugin. What I wanted it to do is I said, write me a WordPress plugin that I could, that would actually, where a person could go there and record a video of themselves and save it to the WordPress media library. So in other words, you'd open up a page, press a button, it would start recording you and whatever you wanted to say, and then save it to it. Now, the thing is, there's nothing exists like that. So there was no examples that they could use. It just didn't happen. It's not there. I've tried to make this thing for like about a year, right? And I could never get it actually right. So it started writing all of a sudden this code. And I'm watching the code as it's written. I'm like, seems pretty close, seems pretty close. And then it didn't do exactly what I wanted to. I could tell it was missing like one spot. And then I asked it a question. I said, well, what about this? They said, like, oh, you're right. Let me do it again. And then it rewrote it. And then they added the feature that I thought was missing, which it was. And then all of a sudden I said, okay, the only thing we have left is to kind of put it into a file and then upload it to WordPress, and let's see if it works. Sure enough, it worked. So it's crazy what it can do. So again, it'll make its own software, and we'll show that a bit later. But here on images, again, think of all the different things. Let me show you a couple things that I did. So I just released the software yesterday. It's called Goody.tube. Right, so I have this whole Goody line of products that are that I'm launching. So this is one of them. Again, it's going to look a little stretched, but this, lifetime offer. This image here of this grand opening, I'm like, okay, well, I want a picture of a grand opening, so I went to Discord and on Midjourney, and I said, make me a picture of a grand opening. and it did it 2 or 3 times, and I finally found the one I wanted, and I saved it. So then this computer right here, let me see if I can kind of squish this a little bit. How do you grab a corner in this thing? It's strange. Oh, there we go. So someone else scrolling? Or am I? I don't know what's going. Okay. It was like, I think AI was controlling it. I'm like, oh my God, it's true. They're taking over the world. They say it's a virus. It's not. Okay, so here's like this image, this computer image. Again, it's a little stretch, but you can see that computer image, 100% AI. Okay, that wasn't a photo I grabbed from someplace. It's actually an actual computer. As we scroll down, this guy over here, that's a realistic guy, right? AI, right? 100% AI. As we scroll down, up, this picture of money, again, AI. This one was tough. The phrase was, the YouTube gods determine which videos you can advertise on. So I wanted a picture with a bunch of gods sitting on the cloud, looking down on like Earth. So it took me 2 or 3 chances, but it finally made, you know, a picture of like Greek gods looking down on Earth. And then I think it's all of them I used on this one. My original goody.ai site, which we'll talk about later. On this one, actually, I made that image, so that was mine. But the balloons, yeah, that's no big deal. But all the way down here, as we start going down, we'll see some photos. So I was talking about it can make art, and then I had a picture. I had an idea of what I wanted, right? So I wanted a person in the middle of the street walking down because I seen some picture or art like that before. I'm saying like, let's do that. And then I had this photo, and let's open this up in a new tab. So these were all different pictures. So we have what's called personas, and I wanted to have different functions I would do, like a motivational speaker, a doctor, a dentist, a chef, an auto mechanic, and it just made all these pictures. I wouldn't say automatically for me, but it made all those pictures that I used because they all look good. And then as we go down, this photo with legal documents, this one with email, and then we have a robot here, and then this photo here. So all of these things. Oh, this one was cool too. This one was like a library. So I wanted this to make a library since that's what I was talking about, and it made this library all automatically for me. So again, when you're creating this, you start making modifications. So for example, at first it showed me a picture and it had like a chair here and a chair there. And I'm like, I didn't like the chair. Then I said, you know, the same thing. I typed in the exact same thing again, except this time I put comma, and then I put couch on the right. And then I said the same thing again after, and then put same color chair on the left. And then I can actually do different things and rearrange that room exactly the way I want through just multiple tries. So if you don't like one thing that comes out one time, all you have to do is go back and just put the same thing in that you did so it has the same characteristics, and then you simply start adding what you want. And typically it's by a comma. Now, the funny part is when they first come out on the images will always be square. Always be square. But I hate square images. So they don't work on a website properly. I want them to be 16 by 9, the ratio. So what we do is on this, when we're making an image, is we put in what we want, and I'm going to say imagine, and then I'm going to say photo going to say hyper realistic. Then I'm going to say comma man comma, and then I'm just going to say dash dash AR, and AR stands for aspect ratio. So then we put the ratio that we want. So for example, a square photo is 1:1. A YouTube video, most YouTube videos now are 16:9, so they're a little bit wider than that. So that's typically what I want. So I'm going to say 16 colon 9. That didn't type in right. There we go. 16 AR 16 colon 9. What is happening on this? And dash dash AR 16 colon 9. That's it, better. And then we can, if we want anything else that we can add to it. So if I don't want something in the background. So let's say it's giving me a picture of a man in front of a tree every time, and then what I'll do is I'll put dash dash, and then I'll put no, and then I'll say trees, whatever it is that I don't want in the photo. So you can now control what it's actually giving you, the kind of results that you're giving you. So again, when we hit enter on this, it's going to give me an elongated photo, and it's going to give me, a picture of a man that with an aspect ratio of 16:9 with no trees, just in case they were thinking about it. Don't do it. Yeah. Now, if you look up, you have to do a separate. There's nothing here that tells you jack what to do. so what you do is you do like I did. What you do is you go to you just go to Google and type in Midjourney commands. Yeah, just type in commands. Yep, Midjourney commands, and then it will tell you exactly what it's doing. So now, what it's doing is it's pretty good. Not exactly what I wanted, but it's pretty realistic. This one's pretty realistic. That one's pretty realistic. These two I can tell they're created. Actually, just the top one, and the number 2 is the one up there. That's the one I can tell. This other one, I actually couldn't tell just by looking at it. The only one I could tell, the bottom one, is because the background looks kind of weird. But that's it. So again, any kind of images that you make. Now, here's the other thing. So let's say you wanted to start a job as a digital artist. And again, you have no talent whatsoever. But you have Midjourney. So what you can do is you can come here, make images. Does that make sense? So again, that's probably the most simple thing. The other thing is that DALL-E, which is on OpenAI, DALL-E 3 is the newest version of their image generator, recently just came out. And that will produce results very, very similar to what Midjourney does. But Midjourney, the cost for it, it's like super cheap. It's like $15, I think, a month that I pay, and I've never hit the limit. Yeah, DALL-E 2 is horrible, right? It's the number 2 version, which is what most people are using right now. DALL-E 3 is pretty comparable to Midjourney right now. So, and I think that's going to get better pretty fast. Now, the other thing that's happening with this is that with the next evolution is going to be really fast. And the evolution I'm talking about is going from pictures to videos. Facebook is actually leading the ground with what they're doing. And Facebook will actually, I've actually seen this. You type in a photo of like 2 people holding hands walking down the street. And all of a sudden, it gives me a video of 2 people realistically holding hands and walking down the street. And I'm like, oh my God, this is like crazy. I mean, images are one thing, but video is a whole nother thing. Mm-hmm. Not right. In DALL-E 2, no. DALL-E 3, yes. Yeah, you should be able to do that in DALL-E 3. On Midjourney, it should come out almost exact. On DALL-E, what will happen is that the person's going to be missing a finger, right? The lacrosse stick's going to be coming out of their shoulder. I mean, it's just like weird things like that that happen. Midjourney, you're never going to have that issue. It'll actually, that was the biggest distinction in the last 6 months, well, probably last 9 months about the two, is that DALL-E screwed up all the time and it couldn't do, the faces were horrible. It just made people that look greatly disfigured. So, so that's the one thing that'll happen. But again, you could do a lot of different things. For example, you could create images with this. You could work with businesses if they wanted commercial images for something or for anything. You could actually create the images. You could market a service to local businesses or any kind of business for that matter actually doing this. Does that make sense? Again, one of my students actually does this and charges a fortune for it. Yeah, kind of. So let me show you the coolest thing about Midjourney. So what I did, Midjourney has plugins. Now, first of all, you know how we got, you keep seeing people coming up on this and everyone else's photos. So here's the trick. And what you do is you come over to the left, over here on the left-hand side, and there's a plus button. And it says add a server. Now, it sounds really complicated, but it's not. It just means create another room for you. So you hit the plus button. It's going to say what kind of server. I'm going to say create my own for me and my family, me and my friends only. And I'm going to call it Arman Server 2. Okay. Then I'm going to hit create. So now here it is all by itself. Okay. So now what I'm going to do is it's only me in here. So no one else is going to see what I'm putting here. I can make whatever I want and I don't have to wait. So I'm going to go back over to the Midjourney place, and up in here, I'm going to click show member list, this little guy at the top. And as you scroll down, you're going to see Midjourney bot. That's what it's going to say. And that's what makes the images. So in other words, they have this little software that's called an app or a bot, and then you can add it to whatever. So I'm going to click on it, and it shows this little pop-up screen. And I'm going to click add app, and then it's going to add me, ask where. Add a bot to a server. I'm going to select the server, which is Arman Server 2, and I'm going to click continue. And then I'm going to click authorize. Are you a human? Yep. And then go to Arman Server 2. So now I've got the Midjourney bot over on the right-hand side. Okay. So now I can do the same things that I was just doing, except I'm not going to see everyone else's images come up every 2 seconds. So this is a private room, all yours. Doesn't cost you anything. It's just the same thing. Whatever you're paying for Midjourney, you're paying for Midjourney. But there's this. What I did is I made this one. I was actually trying to make a Greek god last night for this new company I'm doing, and I've tried it so many different ways. You can see, right? It just because it was coming out really weird, and I wanted really thick lines, and I'm like, no, 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 no. That was what it started with, no. And so by the time I finished at the end, I had this one, which looked pretty decent. So here's the cool thing. So I'm going to, I uploaded a picture of myself already into here, okay? So I'm going to say slash imagine, and I'm going to say create a superhero, okay? So now, again, I had uploaded my image already, okay? So it's already sitting in my server. So now I'm going to create a superhero that I want. And so it's going to create me a superhero. I should have stated a man superhero, but we'll see. It's a little kid. So no, let's be a little bit more. Let's be a little bit specific. Imagine. I'm going to say adult superhero with a cape. And I'm going to put comma Superman, and then we're going to let it go. Yeah, I'm polite usually. You don't have to say create. You can. I always find myself. Sometimes I'll say please. I'm like, it's a robot. Why should I say please? And so it's going to make this image, pretty good, right? So we're making Superman. A couple different variations here. Now I installed a plugin called Insight Face Swap. Insight Face Swap. You can look it up on Google. You'll find it, and it'll say you want to add this to Midjourney, and you'll say yes. It's free. It doesn't cost you anything. So I'm going to upgrade number, let's say number 3 on the bottom. It's a little bit more clear. You can see it. So it's scaling it up. There it is. So I'm going to right-click on this now, since I've uploaded my image already, and I'm going to go to Apps down here, and I'm going to say In Swapper. Okay, and I'm just going to click that. Now, it added my face to it. If you guys, so if you can see it there, I mean, that's pretty good. I mean, I look amazing. So that's actually what's underneath this sweatshirt. That's why I wore it. But actually, yeah, the face, I mean, it's definitely me. So I've done things. Oh, let me show you the other ones I did. So when I first got this, let's see. Okay, so I grabbed this, and first of all, I had this. I don't know what. My wife said something. My wife acts and plays all the time, and she always has these comedy and tragedy masks, all around hanging up and things like that nature. And I said, I'm going to, buy you this, and I'm going to put my face on it. So I made a comedy and tragedy mask, and then I put my face on one of them. Doesn't really look like me, but it's there. So then I did the Superman thing, tried to add my face to it. So that's pretty good. Then I was making this Greek god down here because I was just trying to make it. I made this thing of Bruce Lee, which came out pretty good. And then I added my face to it. So again, so it's kind of cool. So then I made these pictures. Now, what I did is I asked it to make a Filipino businessman in a luxury office and with a high cut fade, right, as far as the hair goes. So then I grabbed the one, I upscaled it, and then I grabbed 2 and I upscaled it, and then I added my face to it. So it looks pretty good. I mean, it does, except for the ears. And the head's off on this one. I think the head needs to be bigger. And then we added 2 more, so I'm tried the other ones, and it looks pretty good. I mean, I'm gonna put that on my website. I'm gonna probably do it again and add a little bit more muscles to it, and it's the internet. No one knows the truth. So that is true. That is true. So I tried all of these different things and just trying to play around with it because I just found out that plugin, and some of them worked, some of them didn't. Adding my face to it, and it's just pretty slick, and it's free. So a lot of the services that you want to add your face to it, they'll actually be charging you a monthly basis or how many that you do. So this particular one, again, you want to write it down. It's Insight Face Swap, and what that will do is that will do it for free. I think you're allowed 50 a day, and you could upgrade, but I didn't felt the need. I don't think I want to add my face to too many things. It's kind of sad if you're just sitting in your room adding your face to stuff all day. You can add anyone's face. Yeah, I mean, you could. I could upload a picture of some famous person, and then I could map their face onto whatever. Sure, and it will put in the shadows, everything. It will mask it till it looks exactly like it was taken on that. So that will be another one. this is when I was trying to make that grand opening. So I did this a bunch of times. I had this thing, and again, this is the images. You can see the words mean nothing. It's just a bunch of garbled stuff. So then I was like, oh, I had one that was red, which would have matched my website. And then I tried red multiple times to get it at an angle where I could after add my words to it to make it look realistic. And I just couldn't get it to come out with the right angle. That was close, but I'm like, I don't want to work that hard today. Just like any kind of graphic software. I mean, I use Adobe Illustrator. Yeah, I mean, I've just used it for a while, and it's pretty easy for me. But then I kind of ended up on something like this, right? So I did that multiple times, and this is, I believe, the one that I used. Then my friend, like I said, I talked to my friend the other day. This is yesterday. And I want to make a picture of the Beatles. Except in this particular one, every single one has a mustache, and they all look exactly like the same person. And this one was pretty close, but they have Ringo actually playing a guitar. So that's weird. And then they have 3 people here, which is right, but no one's left-handed. So I could probably clean that up. Then I had McCartney and Lennon. It will do John Lennon to a T every single time. Paul McCartney, that is definitely not Paul McCartney. And then you have, well, up here, two John Lennons. You can't have 2 John Lennons. If you have 2 John Lennons, you have to have 2 McCartneys. So, very detailed. Then I tried I typed in my name every now and then. I typed in Arman Morin, internet marketer, right? And that's what they think I am. And so that doesn't work. Eventually, maybe. Eventually. That's all I want. I want to be on The Simpsons someday and then have my face recognized by Midjourney. And then these are some other ones I did. So again, the key here, though, is really what I wanted to show you was the face swapper. Number 2 is to create your own room. Creating your own room is a game changer. I literally learned it last week, and now that's where I'm going to make all my images from now on, because I really don't like seeing a bunch of other people's things in there. So Midjourney, sound good? Yes. I'm not really faster. I think it seems faster, but it's really not. It's about the same time, because you're still all using the same servers. So when you get a chance, though, you want to look at Iconic, Iconick. Again, this idea, this concept is just so simplistic, but they're taking this. Now, think about this for a second. So they have this photo, and for a 40 by 30 photo, right? Let's take a 26 by 24. I kind of know the pricing on that. That's $139. I know for a fact that you can actually get that made for about $22. So $22 to $139, that's a pretty considerable markup as to what you could make on something like this. And so it's just really amazing what they've done. And the concept now is simple. Before, sure, you could have said, I can't do that because I don't have the skill. I don't know how to make graphics. But now you can make all kinds of images, and you could come up basically almost with your own style with the wording and how you describe things. But also you can emulate any other style, any great artist in history. You can go back, all the way back to the most modern artists. It knows every artist's style. And so it just makes it amazing what you can do. And then if you go on Google and if you type in artistic styles for Midjourney, you will find lists of hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of different styles. Does that make sense? Yes? So that's kind of what we have now. So now, I don't know who they use. They're sending you. No, it's framed already. Yeah, it's all done for you. When you get it, pop it up on the wall. That's all you have to do. So yeah, they who knows what they use. I mean, but there's a ton of companies like that. Printify is definitely the easiest one that you could actually put together. And it costs you nothing to get started with it. It's free. And again, you only pay. This is the beautiful part about it. You only pay when something is actually made. So for example, I go all the time and I'll make t-shirts for different companies I have and things of that nature, because I'm like, okay, if I'm going to do a video, I don't want to wear Nike. right? I'll wear my own t-shirt, right, for my own companies. So I always have my t-shirts made up and things like that there. And then, like baseball hats and things of that nature. Something I don't use Printify for making a baseball hat. I'll use like another company or something like that to make baseball hats and stuff like that. So does that make sense? Yes. So that's art. That's the one thing that you can do is art. Now, let's think about what we do on a daily basis. Okay, a daily basis. So you get up in the morning. You get up in the morning and you do whatever you need to do to get woken up. Then, if you work wherever, home, or if you work for someone else or in the office, for whomever, then what do you typically do? You guys, hopefully your boss doesn't find out because, I mean, what do you do in the morning? I mean, think about it. Just anything. There's no wrong answer. Check email. Sure, check email. What else do you do? What was that? Eat. Okay, sure. Besides that. Yeah, going about your day. So let's think about every place that we could actually use AI just for a second. Okay, so you come in. Maybe you were talking with your significant other about someplace you wanted to go, and you wanted to research it and find out. You go to Midjourney, and no, not Midjourney, but you go to AI, and you can type in exactly what you want to know about whatever. Let's log in to one of my sites. This is my Goody software. So slash home. Oh, this one's gonna be a tough one too. I never remember my passwords. No, that's right. Let's try. Nope, that was not it. Just check. Ah, makes sense. So slash home, and then okay. I swear to God, I put it in there. Oh, damn it! Sorry about that. Jeez. Yeah, yeah, I do. Oh, I got it. I would tell you why it's funny, but I can't. Okay. Jeez. Die? Oh, God. You know, that anytime you're doing something in front of people, it seems like 10 times longer each time you make a mistake. Okay. What the hell? Oh, see, it's not me. Finally. Yeah. Seriously, I actually made this. I'm telling you, I did it. so, so here we are. This is a goodie, right? Um, so what we did is we actually made our own version of OpenAI. Okay, so what you can do with OpenAI is train it, and that's the difference between our system and literally every other system that exists. Is that most systems that are out there, you've probably heard of them: Jasper, Write Sonic, Copy.ai, big companies, huge. Except when it comes, I mean, they're supposed to be doing copywriting, but I don't think anyone there actually knows how to write copy. Because in order for you to write good copy, you've got to be able to identify bad copy. And it seems like that they're not identifying it. So what we did is we trained it. So as an example, one of the examples I use all the time is that when we write, let's say, an email headline, what I did is I took the 100 greatest email headlines ever written in history, and then I uploaded them into the system. And then now every time it creates an email for you, it will base it on that particular piece. Okay? So that's the first thing. When we did a sales letter, again, just to write the sales letter portion, it took me 2 weeks to program it to write a sales letter as how I would actually write a sales letter. And there is a formula that's been used for the last, I don't know, 200 years in writing a sales letter that still works to this very day with slight modifications on it to get a person to psychologically actually go from not being interested for the most part to ultimately spending money with you by the time they finish reading it. Now, you're not going to get everybody, but again, on a good day, yeah, you might get 5%, maybe a little bit more. But the average sales letter, like I said, still produces, 1 to 3% maybe. And on that 1 to 3%, I'm just going to tell you, over the years, I've made millions of dollars selling 1 to 3% of the people that visit my site. So that's cool. It's not a bad thing. But with this, what we've been experiencing is just much, much higher. And we're telling it to be persuasive, especially in those types of areas. But a couple other things that we did for it is we made what I call centers. And the centers that we have is like an email copy center where it will take 100 different ideas for writing a headline or writing an email and just check it off. I want to write a termination email, and you select it and you tell it what it's for, asks you for some details, and it writes that out. We have a legal document center. So on the legal documents, you choose what kind of legal document that you want. Again, you should always check it out with a lawyer, but it's going to give you the framework for whatever kind of legal document that you're asking for as well too. So let's just go over some of the tools. And so let's just start off up here with some very simple things. So if you want some ad copy, we're going to have a product. We'll call it Blue Widgets. Describe your product. It makes blue widgets for people. Okay, that's all I'm going to say. Then down here, what we have is we have the tone. Now, this is what determines the language. This is what determines what you want it to say. If you say friendly, sure, it'll be pretty casual. If you say luxury, Then it's going to be a little bit more formal with people. If it's relaxed, again, like you're talking to a friend. Professional, very proper. Bold, again, it's going to push the limits. Adventurous, again, pretty much pushing the limits. Witty, it's going to try to be funny. Persuasive is typically what you want most of the time. Empathetic, formal, informal, optimistic, creative, conversational, questioning, factual, motivational, informative, appreciative, cheerful, happy, sad, encouraging, excited, funny, proud, inspirational. Now, I'll always add more when there's something that I don't see, or if there's something that someone suggests that's something that we want. So I'm going to say persuasive, and I'm going to click create content. So what it's doing is it's writing basically some basic copy. This is experience the magic of blue widgets, the ultimate accessory for those who dare to stand out. Transform your world with our vibrant blue widget that's bound to turn heads and make a statement. Second one, unleash your inner trendsetter with blue widgets, the must-have gadget for the fashion forward. Embrace the power of blue and effortlessly elevate your style and game to new heights. Again, it's just making up stuff because it has no idea what a widget is. So we're just going to kind of use that as all our examples. Maybe we'll change it along the way. But so it gives you different ad copy. It gives you like 5 choices to do on that particular one. This one has general ad copy, but let's use Facebook as an example. So I'm going to say we are going to say it makes blue widgets, and we're going to say it's called blue widgeter. And again, this is just a headline. So revolutionize your widget experience with Blue Widgeter. Unleash unmatched efficiency and precision. We don't like it. Unlock the magic of Blue Widgeter. Watch as it makes blue widgets for people instantly. Unlock the power of blue widgets. So every time you do this, you can just do this as long as you want until you find one that you like. And you know, sometimes you're not going to get the one that you like right off the bat. Maybe it's missing something. Maybe it's not there. But the more details you put up in here, in the description, will give you better results. So for example, if I just put like one line, if I put a whole paragraph as to all the different features that it has, it's going to give me entirely different results because it has more data to work with. We have data descriptions. So Google. So Google is, so those, who advertises on Google? Anyone in here? Nobody? You do? A couple people do? So Google's basically gone to 100% AI. Almost like everything that you do on Google now is AI. I went and made an ad the other day. I didn't even have to write the ad. Google suggested all these things based upon what I put in, and it just kind of wrote it for me and went there. Now, did I agree with it? Most of it I did, for the most part. But here we have an alternative. So I'm going to say my product, I'm going to say is creates, I'm going to say it's an AI copywriting software that helps people who can't write copy. Okay, and then I'm going to say it's called goody.ai. So we're going to advertise the same product utilizing the product. So transform your copywriting game with AI-powered copywriting software by Goody, perfect for non-writers. Unlock your copywriting potential with Goody AI, the game-changing AI software revolutionizing copy creation. So again, when we get into the descriptions, if we oops, I guess that's not it. So again, this is for like a Google ad. Introducing Google AI, your ultimate writing assistant. Are you tired of staring blankly at your computer screen, struggling to find the right words, frustrated by your lack of copywriting experience? Actually wrote much more. I'm just going to read a couple lines. Goody is the AI groundbreaking copywriting software designed specifically for individuals like you who may not have had a natural knack for writing persuasive and engaging copy. With our user-friendly platform and intelligent algorithms, create captivating content has never been easier. Okay, so it just simply writes it. Now, here's the other part. So last night, I actually upgraded all of our system. And so there's different versions of OpenAI. There's version 3.5, which is like your basic version. Originally, it was like these other things that we did, but there's 3.5, there's 3.5 Turbo, then there's GPT-4, and then there's GPT-4 Turbo, and then there's GPT-4 Vision, and then there's a couple other things. So we actually upgraded to the latest AI, GPT-4, so it's going to give us a little bit longer results as far as what it has, especially when you're writing a sales letter or something like that. So it's going to give us a bit different copy. So all the copy basically does the same thing. But then when we have the blog tools, we broke it down into like blog ideas. It will give you different ideas for blogging, a blog intro, a keyword generator. This is a long form blog post. So one of the things that I do and I got really good at was being able to write, we'll do SEO to optimize a website to compete and be in the top 10 of Google. So you have to put things in the right area. So what I did is I created this long form blog post based upon the latest trends that happen typically when we're writing it. So I'm going to have it write this, and it's going to just spin. I didn't check this one last night. Let's just refresh and do it again. Oh, I probably messed up something when I added this one. We'll fix it. I'll show you something else after, but let's do brainstorming tools. So if you have a product that you want a name for, come over here, we'll say professional, and click create content, and it will give you names that it could be called. ProWrite AI, CopyMaster AI, Copy Genius, WriteBot Pro, CopyCraft AI. You don't like them, do it again, Wizard AI, blah, blah, blah. Business ideas. Who wants to start a business? Anybody? Okay, what kind of business do you want to start? Okay, travel business. Travel. Travel. So we're going to say I guess she didn't like the travel business. Okay, so it's giving you ideas of what you could do in travel. A virtual reality travel experience, sustainable travel accessories, personalized travel itinerary platforms, drone travel photography, language learning programs for travelers, travel insurance reinvented, smart luggage tracking systems, remote work and travel experiences, AI-powered travel assistant apps, impactful volunteer travel, and it tells you a little bit about each one. So this way, if you're looking to do something, but you don't know what to do, but I know generally I want to do something in this area, it just kind of gives you ideas for it. Now, this is the one that I'm going to put more focus on as we go forward. And this is what I call the ultimate problem solver. And here's the reason why, is because like I said, most people aren't used to using AI. And the reason they aren't is because they think it's only for this or it's only for that. It can only do copywriting and little tiny things. Any kind of problem, right? So let's think about it. Let's say, who has a problem? Anybody? Let's make up a problem. What? A totally automated what? Okay. I'm going to say how to make a totally automated buy and sell stock. You want options? Is that what you said? Stock options platform. Okay. So we're going to put this in, we're going to say informative. Okay, so what it's doing is it's telling you all the different architecture, the technical components for it, the user interface, the trading and selling mechanisms, the risk management, the automated analytics, the compliance and security, So it's telling you everything that it has in it that you should have in a piece of software that you were going to do this. So you would take this to a programmer and say, this is what I want inside the software. And so it gives you an outline. Now, in this particular case, it's not going to tell us how to, right? So it's not going to give us the code in this particular example because it's just going to write you the outlines. So I said how to make it right. So if I said something like, let's go to a different tool, and let's say playground. Now I'm going to say, so I'm not sure how this is going to react with this new version. So we're going to say create, I'm going to do something simple. Create a WordPress, okay, I'm going to say create a Chrome extension that when you click on it, you can post the website directly to your WordPress blog. Okay. So then what you do is we click create. So it's just giving me the instructions here. So we're going to go to another tool after that. I'll show you how it actually writes on this. So I'll show you another tool in a little bit that will actually write out the whole code for us because the way it's writing on here, it won't do it. So, but again, my point being is that anything that you're doing, you want to ask it. Any kind of problem that you have. Let's say it's a medical problem, as an example. So if you have a medical problem, someone give me a medical issue, anything. Rashing? Depression, okay. How to lessen the effects or cure depression. So there's no special way that you ask it. You don't have to be formal or anything like that. I typically write it like a question most of the time. I'm sorry to hear that you're experiencing depression, but I'm here to help you find solutions and offer an optimistic perspective. It's important to remember that I'm an AI language model, and while I can provide some insights, it's always recommended to seek medical advice. And the first one it says, seek medical professional help, build a support system, practice self-care, implement stress management techniques, challenge negative thoughts, engage in activities that bring joy, consider medical options, consult your psychiatrist, of course, stay positive and maintain hope, and that's about it. Now, let's say on this same topic, I want to talk with like a psychiatrist, right? I want to talk with somebody. So, okay, it's still spinning. Okay. Like doesn't like the page. You know why? It's a Windows machine. I'm just kidding. Actually, I'm not. It won't load it. I'll show you after. So let's go to legal documents for a second. So on the legal documents, this is kind of cool. I got this actually idea when I was here before in Philadelphia. I think Dan asked me about writing legal documents for like real estate and things of that nature. And I was like, okay, yeah, we could probably do that. So you're going to enter in an address. I'm going to put in this one. I'm going to say my name is Larry Steinhaus because it was in the computer. And the name of your company, I don't know. Larry's Real Estate. Okay. Then I says, what kind of legal document? An affidavit, arbitration agreement, articles of incorporation, bill of sale, confidential settlement agreement, declaration of trust, deed of trust. It goes on and on. There's like 100 different ones here. So I'm going to say I want a sexual harassment policy. Okay, it's Larry. I'm just kidding. So I'm just going to put website. I'm just going to put Google up here. So anyway, so we create this, and it starts writing Larry's real estate company website policy. Document serves as a legal agreement. Oh, did I change it? No, sexual harassment policy. So it has it in here. Signature and everything else. So it starts writing it all out. Oh yeah, right here. Any user who believes that they have experienced witnessed sexual harassment on the website. That's even worse. I don't even know how that can happen. That's advanced AI. You know, I tell my wife all the time, with all the time that she's worked with me, I have never been sexually harassed at work. And I'm very disappointed. So anyway, so it makes any kind of these documents, and of course you want to get everything looked at by a lawyer. Website development agreement, software license agreement, employment agreement, independent contractor, joint development agreement, joint venture agreement, last will and testament, you name it. And it's going to ask you a little bit different questions each and every time. And again, like the last will and testament, it gives you all the basis for it that you could then take to a lawyer and have them modify as needed, of course. So you could do that. Or, you want to make a last minute change on your deathbed and, you don't like one of your kids. Okay, you can make a quick change. You could do all kinds of things. Here's my favorite one. It's a breakup letter. Okay, who's this message for? Give me a name. Anyone? What? John. The message is for John. Okay, so now, this is one I created when I was kind of bored one day. It says, select the tone you want the letter written in. Sincere, Shakespeare, hip-hop, hillbilly, reggae, proper British English, ye old English, or country western. Hillbilly. Okay. Do we want a love letter or breakup letter? Breakup, definitely. So we're going to create this letter. It says, oh, I spelled John wrong. Howdy, partner. It's time to put this horse out to pasture and let you know that our whirlwind romance has come to an end. Buckle up, because here's going to be a wild ride. You see, John, I reckon you and me ain't cut from the same cloth. Your city-slicking ways, fancy talking jargon just don't mesh with my hillbilly heart. You might as well be trying to fit a square peg into a round moonshine jug. It ain't happening, son. When we first met down by the creek, I thought we had a future as bright as a freshly polished hubcap. But let me tell you, that light has faded like a sunburnt scarecrow in the middle of August. It's time for you to mosey on and rustle up some other gal with sass and class. That ain't me, partner. And then it goes on, of course. So yeah, I actually always wanted to make this into an app. I always thought this would be an awesome app to make. So when I had the chance to actually make something like it, then I figured I'd do it. So it's kind of funny if you play around with it. The playground allows you to ask anything that you want that's not in here. So there's always going to be something that you want it to do that you can't do. And so therefore, what you do is you type in what you want. You simply ask it, what I want to make this. I want it to do that. Make this for me. And we don't have maybe one of those options down below. So what you would do is you would do something like that. Let me, let's see this video tool down here. So this one part that honestly, I don't think anyone really knows what it is. It says YouTube video tags. Okay, so enter the phrase that you want to rank in. So let's say we want to make a phrase like I'm going to say real estate. Let's do this. Real estate investor in what's the town we're in? How do you spell it? Langne. Okay, so now what this does is it creates the tags. Now we're going to click the tags. So these are the tags that it created. Okay, it broke down every variation of real estate investor in Langhorne. So we're going to take that and we're going to copy it. We're going to see something. I don't know if he has any video on here, but we're going to go to YouTube, and hopefully he's logged into his YouTube account. Oh, I gotta spell YouTube right. Now, oh, he is logged into his YouTube account. Let me check out his. Oh, he doesn't have any channels. Why doesn't he have any channels? I'm gonna check. We're gonna create a channel and then we'll delete it. We're just gonna say I'm gonna call it test account. Test account. Remember, someone's got to remember to tell him to get rid of it. So we're going to create the channel, okay? So we're creating a channel right now. And again, this is from scratch. This is brand new, right? So it's a brand new channel. We don't have any videos on it. So what we've got to do is we've got to upload a video. Okay, so let's see if he has any videos on this computer. Picture. Video projects. There's one. Okay, so we want something. How do you sort this? Sort by size. So let's see. We're going to say properties. That's a JPEG, not a video. Oh, man, let's go to. We're just going to go to Loom. Okay. So Loom. Was it Loom? Yeah, let's try just Loom. All I want to do is I just want to make a really quick video. Well, if he doesn't have one, he's got an account now with Loom. I'm going to get him all kinds of accounts by the end of the day. I'll say sales, and we're going to click continue. Continue. Not now. Chrome extension. We're going to click add to Chrome. So again, some of you probably know what Loom is. It's just a recorder, right? And so it's a little recorder that we have up here. We're just going to click on there's Loom recorder, and we're going to say no camera, and we're just going to record. We're going to record a screen. We're just going to record like the YouTube screen over here. Well, we'll record this page for whatever reason. So we're going to click on it. It's going to record it, and I'm going to say start recording. Just proceed. And so I'm going to click this one. 1, 2, 3. And we're not recording any audio anyway, so we're just going to kind of put that up and down. Move this up and down so we know we're recording something. And then we're going to click stop. So there's the video that we just created right there. And so we're going to download this. Download video. Download video. Okay, so there it is. It's downloaded, not very big, but that's fine. And we're going to go over to YouTube, okay? So we're going to create a video. We're going to go upload the video. Now watch what happens. I take the video, and first let's find it. Probably in downloads, I would imagine, right? Yeah. So we're going to rename it. Okay, so we said we, what was it? Real estate dash investor dash in dash Langhorne, right? So that's the video that we're going to use. So the first thing, I renamed the video, whatever video I'm going to use. Got it? And then what we're going to do is we're going to take this video and we're going to open it and we're going to upload it to YouTube. So it's only going to take a second, of course. There's the video. Again, it has real estate investor in Langhorne. Then what I'm going to do is in the description, I'm going to say, if I'm going to put in the word again, right? This word. And I'm going to copy it. I'm going to paste it down here. Okay, then I'm going to put dash. And now watch exactly what I'm typing in. If you are looking for a real estate investor in Longhorn, then watch this video to learn everything about a real estate investor in Longhorn. Simple, right? Then what we're going to do is we're going to come back over to here and we're going to copy these phrases again. And then I'm going to take these phrases, and the first thing I'm going to do is I'm going to put it just under here. Now, we would normally do a bunch of other things, but I don't think we need to in this case. I'm just going to put those under here, and I'm just going to say topics. Okay, we'll just come down, and we're just going to say topics. Then we're going to come down, we're going to scroll down the page, and we're going to say, no, it's not made for kids. And we're going to click the Show More button at the bottom, and then there's this place called Tags. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to paste those keywords that I have right into there. Okay? Everyone following me so far?
I have a good question. When you post on YouTube, is it more views if you say no, not for kids, or yes?
No, always put no, it's not for kids. It just means, is it going to show it to kids or not?
Oh, okay.
That's all it means. It doesn't have anything to do with your rankings. Okay, so what we've done so far is very minimal. Would everyone agree that? So what we've done is I'm going to add it also to a playlist. And the new playlist that I'm going to add it to is called Real Estate. Investor in Langhorne. Okay. If there is anything that you remember today, remember what I'm doing right now. Okay. Now watch. So we're going to click Done. Then we're going to click Next. Okay, nothing you need to do there. Nothing you need to do there. Click Next. You want to make sure it is public. Okay, and then we're going to click Publish. Congratulations, Larry. I posted your first video online. So we're going to go to that page and take a look at it. There's the video we made, which really doesn't do anything. I think I was actually showing the wrong screen or recording the wrong screen while I was doing that. But it's okay. It doesn't matter. Okay. So now what we're doing is we're just going to let it play like two times or 3 times. It has no views, and it was uploaded 7 seconds ago. Everyone with me? Okay. So now what we're going to do is we're going to copy that phrase, and I'm going to copy it. Now what we're going to do is we're going to paste it into YouTube search. We're going to hit enter, and it's not listed yet. Oh, it is right there. So it is the number 1. Oh wait, the first one's an ad, so we can't count that one. So we're number 4 right off the bat. That's with no work whatsoever at this point. Okay, so now there's a very good chance that it will actually go up in the next hour. Okay, in fact, when we refresh this, there's a good chance it could go up. No, still at number 4. So now, let's see if we got the big one. Okay, so let's watch this. we're going to search for real estate investor in Longhorn on Google. Now, it doesn't happen all the time, but about 75% of the time that I do this is that I get ranked in Google on the first page of Google as well too. Now, again, it's not guaranteed, just happens sometimes. So what you do is you open it up. Again, sponsored, sponsored, sponsored. Those are ads. Crazy real estate investor in Langhorne. There's Larry right there. His website, his webpage. Investor schooling. Okay, so it's only natural that he's there. No videos. We know that for sure because we don't see a video so far. And nothing yet. Nothing yet. We're just going to scroll down a little bit and see what happens down here. So then we're going to go up here. Let's go up to the top of the page. It has a mind of its own. So we're going to scroll up to the top, and we're going to do videos. Okay, so this tells me that it's not ranked yet, okay, because we're not listed. So what we're going to do is we're going to come over to here, and we're going to copy this. I'm going to go to this page. I'm going to copy it. And then what I'm going to do is open up a new incognito window. Okay, so that means you're like logged out. That means you're not inside in your account. And so it's like you're appearing like another person. So we're just going to hit enter. And all we're going to do is we're just going to let it play. Now, according to this, I've had 1 view so far. Okay, now that, again, it was me. Don't get too excited. 3 minutes ago, that was up. And then, again, let's just refresh it again. So what we're doing is we're just kind of letting it play and letting Google know that it's there. So then what I'm going to do is in this window, I'm going to search for this. Now watch what I do here. I'm going to copy the same phrase. I'm going to search on this and hit search. And then we're going to see again, we got a couple ads up there. And then I am number 4. I'm still number 4. Okay, so now what I'm going to do is I've searched. Now I'm going to click on my own ad, my own thing again. Okay, so not a big deal. And then we're just going to search one more time. I know it sounds like this crazy thing, but trust me, it just works. And you do it again, and it's there. So now we're just going to exit out of that. So it just lets Google knows that it's actually happening. That's all it does. So what we do now is we're going to search on this and see if we're ranked anywhere better. No, still the same spot. So we'll give it some time and go from there. So, but think about what we just did. In 3 minutes, I got to the number 4 position on Google for a relatively decent term, real estate investor. If you were a real estate investor in Langhorne, would you want to be ranked for real estate investor in Langhorne? Yes or yes? Yes. I can do this with any topic anywhere in the country. Doesn't matter what it is. I can do it for lawyers. I can do it for doctors. I can do it for almost anything. And most of those real estate investors, like when you just the word real estate investor is automatically going to put you in one of the hardest, most difficult phrases that you could possibly have. Doctors, lawyers, anything like that, instantly you're going to rank. And you'll probably rank number 1. I'm actually a little disappointed because usually we rank number 1 on this. But number 4 is good because in the next 24 hours, there's a good chance, not always, but there's a good chance that we'll move up. Typically, if I'm like 5 or better, I'm going to see some kind of movement. I'm going to see something go up on it. Does that make sense? Now, I want you to think about this. Okay, what I just showed you, was it difficult? No, it's very simple, very easy. But what if I told you that I have students right now doing exactly what I showed you, just that one piece, and generating, I don't know, $10,000 to $15,000 a month doing that? Okay, so here's what they do. So what I've taught them was to simply do this for local businesses. And I'd go to a local business and say, hey, what if we made a video for you, not just one, but what if we made 5 videos for you? What if we made 10 videos for you? And we upload them and rank them on YouTube, and then we're definitely going to guarantee you at least one number 1 ranking, if not more. And you get a chance to choose the keywords that we're ranking for. Now, again, we're very specific in the process that we're doing, but that's what they're doing. Now, what are they charging these businesses? $500 to $1,000 a month just for doing that. Typically $100 per video. So think about what that happens. Now I have students here in the US. I have students in the UK. They're crushing it in the UK. My student down in New Zealand, crushing it. And he's not charging them $1,000. He's charging them $5,000. It's weird. I know. I wouldn't charge them that much. But again, we're just doing this with businesses and we're just selling them as a package to business and they're paying on a monthly basis. If one video falls out of ranking, we make them another one and just put it up. That's it. No, not at all. Here's the thing. Remember, we're doing it geographically targeted. That's one thing on these particular topics. We're doing it for local businesses. And the other thing is that, again, because you're doing it geographically, you're never going to cross with someone else. Unless you have two people in the same area, of course, doing it, but very rarely that's going to happen. So yeah, it works anywhere in the world and it's just really simple. And here's the other thing. Here's what they do. Here's how my students actually get people. What they do is they actually, I don't know, pick up the phone book and start dialing. And here's the thing is I shouldn't say they start dialing. They actually email them. Okay, so what they do is they email the people and the numbers basically work out to this. You'll get one customer out of every 200 emails that you send. So all they're doing is every day sending out more messages, more messages, more messages. And the other way that we're getting students and clients is that we are utilizing LinkedIn lead generation, and we're not posting to LinkedIn. We use tools that will reach out to LinkedIn people. And then what we'll do on that LinkedIn person is that we'll just send them a message and say, hi, my name is so-and-so. And what we do is we help you get to the top of YouTube rankings. How would you like to be ranked #1 for your business on YouTube for your market and things of that nature? And then if they respond, great. If they don't, that's fine. We just move on to the next person. There's just too many people. Now, here's the other thing. Do you have to do it locally? No. What happens is you can do it anywhere in the world. You can be here and be working with people in the UK. You can be working with people in Australia. Of course, the time difference is going to be a little bit off, but you can do that, of course. So you had a question? No, only what I just did. That's it. Now, there's another thing that I didn't do, and let me just show you, and we'll actually edit this listing. Okay, so here's our video. We're going to edit it and see if this makes a difference. So what we're going to do, oh, buddy, come on. Okay, there it is. So we're going to add this down before. Now, there's things that in YouTube videos, it's called chapters. Okay, now watch what happens. So in chapters, what we're going to do is we're going to take these phrases, and a phrase is anything that has a comma after it. And we're going to put them each one on one line. Okay, watch. We're going to paste this in, and everywhere it has a comma, that's one phrase. So real estate, so it has real, enter. Estate has a comma, and then we're going to say enter. And then we're going to do in has a comma after it, enter. Langhorne has a comma, enter. And then estate, enter. Investor in, we already had Langhorne, so we can get rid of that one. Investor in, that just repeated it. So we're going to just leave those rest there. Actually, those. Okay, so what we're going to do is we're going to modify this a little bit. Okay, so we're going to take this phrase. We have all the real estate investor in Langhorne. So we're going to get rid of the last two. Now, here's what we're going to do with these other ones. I'm going to take this phrase, Langhorne, and this one phrase, real estate investor in Langhorne. Damn it. Seriously, I work on a computer. I feel like it's my first day. Please don't fire me. So we're going to enter, and then we're going to take out the last word. Then we're going to paste it again, and we're going to take out the last two words. And then we're going to do it again, and we're going to take out the last three words. Until we're down to two. So now watch. In front of it, we're going to put times. So what we're going to do is I'm going to put zero. I'm going to do it like 1 second each because the video is like 10 seconds, right? So I'm going to put 0:0. Maybe that's the deal. Is that the side? This thing don't work on the side. Maybe I hit that. 0. Yeah, that's it. That's it. 0:01, and then space. Now what we're going to do is we're going to increase that every second, okay? So we're going to do 1, and then we're going to hit copy, and then we're going to hit 2, same thing, except we're going to increase it to 2. Then we're going to go 3, and we're just going to repeat this every single time. 3, then 4, then 5, yes, then 6, then 8, last one, then 9. Okay. So now what we just did is we added chapters to this. So I'm going to save this. And when we go through this, when we look at the video again, we're going to look at the video. And then underneath this, it's going to have the keywords. And then see these chapters? They're clickable. So when you click on it, if there was a longer video in it, it would actually take you to each part of that. So for example, if I click number 4 right now, it takes me to the 4-second mark. If I click, number 2, it brings me to 2-second mark, and so on. So it makes that. But now what happens is when you search on it and when we see the listing, it will actually show the chapters in your search results. So not yet. It's not showing the chapters yet, so it will. But so again, that top one's an ad, and then we're still number 4. So we'll let that sit, and then we'll check it out again in a little bit. Let me tell you guys one thing, right? Sometimes the most simple things are the most effective, and that YouTube strategy. Let me explain this. Is that I have a student who is a real estate, not real estate. He's a construction. Industrial construction person, right? What he does is he lives in Toronto, and up in Toronto, he does these big jobs, like painting the inside of a Walmart, right? Painting the, epoxy the floor of a giant garage or something like that. And so it's these massive jobs that one job can, it's going to cost like $500,000 for this one job. So his normal way of marketing has typically been he's going to spend $80,000 a month in direct mail to these companies, and hopefully he gets some kind of leads from it. So I showed him this one strategy, just the YouTube videos. So, and I also explained to him this other part that I didn't explain to you guys. One video sucks, okay? 10 videos still sucks, okay? 100 videos, you're getting closer. Now, here's the thing. Think of all the different keywords, phrases that people might look up your product and or service. And you start making videos for every single one of those keyword phrases. So the first time I talked to him, had 500. Now, 500 videos, he stopped his direct mail. So instantly he saved himself $80,000 a month, mind you. Okay? So needless to say, he loves me. So then the next time I talked to him, he had 1,000 videos. Now, at that point, the next 500 videos that he did to get to that 1,000 increased his business by $1 million. Now, the last time I talked to him, he had about 2,600 videos. From just the videos alone, he was increased his business total by $3 million. Okay, now, let me explain to you one other thing. He had a problem. So he comes into my mastermind and he says, I've got a problem. I'm going to have to do something with these leads, because all of them went to a lead generation page. When they saw the video, he put in his URL after the description, and then people would click on that to go get it, because the video is only a 15-second video. The video says something like this. I think his name of his company is Indospray. So he says, hi, we're Indospray, and what we do is we do this, 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 and this. And if you want to know more information, click the link in the description down below. Thank you very much, and I'll talk to you soon. That's it. That's the whole video. He's not even on it. It's just a picture of his company. That's it. So now what he had was, the problem was, I have too many leads. What do I do? I'm like, sell them. He's like, what do you mean sell them? I said, sell them. Sell them to someone else, right? I said, they're going to pay a boatload of money. So I didn't really tell him what to do or how to do it. So again, he lives in Toronto. So he decides that the closest place that he could actually find someone to use these leads would be Detroit. So he starts calling contractors in the Detroit area, and he makes a deal. He finds one that he knows does good jobs and does great. And he said, here's the deal. I'm going to give you my leads for free. Now, for free. I'm like, okay, that's probably not a good idea. So he says, I'm going to give you my leads for free. But every job that you do, I want 10%. And the guy said, okay. That was the agreement that they made. So from that, he did, let me see. The first job he made $80,000 from, his 10%. That was the first job. And then I don't even know how many jobs he's done now. He's doing it now in Detroit, South Carolina, and he started to do it in Texas. Just the same process. How's he doing it? Stupid videos, just like I showed you guys. So again, it's that ridiculous. That's how you can do this. It's just so simple. Sometimes people think to make money on the internet that it has to be complicated. Let me tell you a quick story. When I first jumped on the internet, I had no idea what I was doing. And so I jumped on, like I said, I didn't know what to do. So I started searching for everything. And as I searched that first day or two, I discovered that there were these cool websites. And I'd basically stay up for like days on end, right? Just searching the internet for whatever. And time I found something cool, I saved it in a bookmark. Okay, just a bookmark in your browser, right? Nothing major. So after about 3 weeks, I decided that, hey, if I think these bookmarks are cool, I think other people might think they're cool too. Okay, now what are they? My bookmarks, right? So you have to ask yourself, they're my bookmarks. Now I had a lot of them. I had like 1,000 bookmarks on different things. Do this, do that, do this, do that. And I'm like, well, why don't I just sell them to other people? And I came up with the price of $110. Now, why $110? Because I didn't want to pay the credit card processing fees. That's why, $110. I figured I'll just throw $10 on the end. So I start marketing this particular product. My bookmarks, again, how much I paid for them? Nothing. I got them for free, right? So the first day, I'm like, okay, 10 sales. That's not bad, right? Like $1,000, right? So I'm like, okay. And so again, I'm still promoting it. Second day, right? The first week, end of the first week. End of the first week, we had 1,000 sales. I just made $100,000 in 1 week, right? More than I've ever made in my life. And I'm like, oh, this is kind of cool, right? And then I started panicking, because now it started growing really fast. I started crashing servers. Everything started crashing all around me, right? I had to go from 1 server to 10 servers just to handle the traffic. I was getting between 2 to 3 million visitors a day. For what? My bookmarks, for crying out loud. So over the course of the next 12 weeks, I actually sold 35,000 people my bookmarks. I brought in $4.2 million in 12 weeks. Now, with what? Bookmarks that I got for free. Now, again, people would say, well, why should I pay $110 for this? I said, well, you're not paying because they're free. I said, you're paying for the convenience. So I said, why do you buy an encyclopedia? I said, all the information in encyclopedia is free. You're paying for it to be conveniently in one place. And that's how I explained it. And so people kept buying it. And the 12th week, the reason I say 12 weeks is because the 12 weeks, I got a phone call. And the phone call went something like this. Mr. Morin? I said, yes. He says, we're your credit card processing company. And we see you've done a lot of sales over the last few weeks. And I said, yes, I did. Right? I was very proud. And said, well, we're going to have to shut down your merchant account. Oh, and by the way, we went into your bank and we took $2 million out of your bank account. So now, the thing is, how did I get so many sales? I had an affiliate program. Okay. I had an affiliate program. Now, again, I had an affiliate program, so I had paid out half my money. Now, the other half, the credit card company took. So I just did something that no one else in the history of the internet at that time had ever done. Right? I was on track to do $150 million that year. Now, and all of a sudden, I'm sitting here with Jack in my pocket, right? And I'm like, okay. So it was horrible. Now, the good part is that these guys held my money for 6 months. Their logic was, well, this has got to be a scam, right? Because they never seen anybody do this before. Again, we're talking like 1996, right? This is before everything. And so all of a sudden, they take half my money, they hold it for 6 months. Good news, in December, they gave me the money back. And so it was a good Christmas that year. But again, they took it back. And then that was actually a good thing, oddly enough. And here's why. First of all, I was I've never made a lot of money, right? I grew up in upstate New York on the Canadian border. And so I was always, I'm like, you got it too quick, it might go away just as quick. So the good news is that in order to tide me over, I had went down to my bank and I took out $100,000 in cash. And it was the longest walk I've ever made from the bank to my car down the middle of downtown Raleigh, North Carolina, and with a suitcase literally filled with $100,000 in cash. And I am clutching this thing, for all my life. But anyway, so that tied me over for the 6 months. But here's why it's good. The reason why it was good is because I just did something no one ever did, and I couldn't process a credit card. Because once you make a mistake, and once they pull your credit card processing from you, you get on a blacklist. You get on a blacklist that says you will not get another credit card processor forever, basically. And I was like, well, there's got to be a way to do this. So I started doing some research, and I found that there was companies called third-party processors, and I could use someone else's merchant account to process my sales, except they would charge me a huge fee. But I found all these different companies, and then I thought, hey, if I think these things are pretty cool, I wonder if other people might think they're pretty cool. So I wrote an ebook on it, and I wrote the ebook, and I found 80 different companies that would actually do it, and I was like, I started selling it, and sure enough, that product made me $30,000 a year for the next 10 years. Selling a 1997 ebook, $19.97. But during that process, I had to make the ebook, I needed to put it into an ebook software, right? So I bought this ebook software, that ebook software, that ebook software, that ebook software. There's only like 5 or 6 of them on the market. So I said, man, these all suck. I said, if someone could actually make an ebook software that actually had all the good things and none of the bad things, maybe they could make a lot of money. And so I took I had the last $5,000. I mean, literally the last $5,000. And I found a company of all places, the Ukraine, right? So I find these programmers halfway around the world, and I send them my $5,000. They make me the software. I started selling it for $47. Then I bumped it up to $97. And over the course of the next 10 years, that software made me $1 million. Just in that one software that I was selling for $97. But then all of a sudden, people started asking me, hey, how'd you make those graphics at the top of your website? And I'm like, well, man, if I could make a software that actually did that. So I took some money, hired another company, a lot cheaper this time. I only paid like $500. I made a graphic that would make those graphics like a Facebook graphic at the top of your Facebook page. And I sold that. and that made another $1 million over the course of the next 10 years. And then someone asked me, well, how'd you make those ebook covers on your website? I was like, man, if I could make that. So I went ahead and made that, made the first ebook cover software ever, and then did that. Then I did the same thing with PDFs. How many people ever seen a pop-up on the internet? Not much anymore, right? But you've all seen them. Yeah, I'm the guy that wrote the software that made the pop-ups, right? So I've literally, to this day, there is still 350,000 websites out there that are still selling the software that I made that many years ago. But the good news is I also made the first pop-up blocker as well too. So I redeemed myself. So anyway, the point is that from your problems that you have to pay attention to what's going on around you, and you have to be able to execute these ideas. And just because you don't know how to do it doesn't really matter. So as an example, let me pull up something. Most of them were the same thing. They basically pretty much the same video, except he ranked. Now, here's the rule on YouTube. First of all, if you ever do that strategy, don't do it in your own personal account, because you just shouldn't, in case it gets blocked for whatever reason. Not that you're doing anything wrong, but here's the thing. YouTube terms each video as new is if it's just 1 second different. That's it. It just has to be a different file size. And the name of the video is always going to take into part. So what you do is you name each video slightly different. For example, it's industrial painter in this city, industrial painter in that city. And so the same keyword phrase, industrial painter, is always going to be the same, but the city is always going to be different. So if you think about here, right, if you look on a map here, all the little tiny cities, all the little tiny areas that are just these little suburbs, and they might not even be a whole city, but they're called something and you see it on a map, all of those count. And so he just surrounded the whole area of Toronto and everywhere, all with that. And eventually now he's all working in, close to Quebec and things of that nature as well too. So it's just kind of crazy when you think about it, but it's really the same video almost every single time. The tags were just slightly different. What? I don't know all of them. No. I would never do that to him. But he doesn't have just one account. He's got multiple accounts. And he uses multiple accounts so you don't have everything in one basket as well. In Dust Spray. So you can look him up. I mean, he probably has his main business on there, but he probably doesn't have the other businesses that are connected to it. Yeah, chances are. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. What you do is you name it the same way, change the file size, and then what you do is you change the picture, the thumbnail. Always change the thumbnail on every single video. Make it slightly different, change a color, change a person, whatever. Just make a different thumbnail for each one. So you could use something like Canva to make that if you want to. Canva is really easy to use, but you always got to make a different thumbnail. And this way, no one knows that's actually the same video all the time. So, make sense? Yes? So, not too difficult. So, let's take a look at writing a sales letter. Now, the part that the number one reason why most people fail on the internet is they don't understand psychology. Everything on the internet is based upon psychology, as far as what a person does, how long they stay on a page, how far they scroll, how long they read. We track literally everything that happens on a website. I can tell you what you clicked on, what you didn't click on, how long you stayed at a certain portion of my page, how far you scrolled down the page, when you left, and we can see all of that stuff. We actually take videos of almost every single person that's on our website. And why? Because we want to improve it. We want to make it better. So if I know that everyone's scrolling down on an average, let's say to 75% down, they're not getting to the bottom, that means in that 75% area, I'm obviously saying something to piss them off, right? So I need to change that part. So we figure out all those things. But writing a sales letter has to be persuasive, and it's an art, right? Sales letters. One of my friends, his name's Ray Edwards. Ray Edwards is a very popular copywriter on the internet. And so Ray charges, I believe, I don't know, I think it's like, I'm not sure what it is now, but he was charging $15,000 plus 10% of whatever the sales he produced from it. Okay, and a good copywriter will always charge a crazy fee plus some type of percentage of what that sales letter produced. That's typically what they do. And that's why most people can't hire a decent copywriter. So what I did is I made this sales letter tool. Okay, and I did it under the way of creating a direct response sales letter. A direct response sales letter, you know those sales letters that you guys see online that you go to it and you scroll and you scroll and you scroll and then you scroll? Yeah, those are the ones that work actually. And here's the reason why. If you make a person click one time on a website, you lose 68% of the people. One time just to go to the next page, 68% of the people are gone. That's why we make the sales letter all in one shot, all the way down the page. So what we do is we write the copy. We're not worried about how long it takes, but we're more worried about the words that it says. So what I did is I created this tool to emulate exactly what we're doing, and we did some pretty cool things with it. So let's just say let's make up a product. Someone give me a product. Something that does anything. What? Smoke alarms, okay. So our product is called cool new smoke alarms. Smoke alarms. So what does it do? Well, it makes sure people know when a fire breaks out. I'm going to say in their home. And breaks out in their home. Select a copywriting model. Now, here's the thing. This is what makes ours completely different. You see, there are so many different copywriting models. There's your basic model, which is AIDA, which is attention, interest, desire, action, right? That's what it stands for. But what about all the other copywriting models? So what I did was I took every copywriting model that is in existence today, and I put them all into one scenario. So every time you select a different model, it writes you a different sales letter. So that's the benefit of this. So we're going to leave it as just like the default. And that's optional. So it says right here, select a copywriting model, optional. The tone, we want definitely persuasive. So again, we got the cool new smoke alarms. That's our title. Make sure people know when a fire breaks out in their home. And then we click write. So then it says, are you prepared for the worst? Discover how to protect your loved ones and possessions from devastating fires. Ignite the spark of urgency with our life-saving solutions. Once upon a time in a peaceful suburban neighborhood, tragedy struck one unsuspecting family. Sarah, a hardworking mother, had just finished putting her children to bed when she noticed a faint smell of smoke. Curiosity turned into panic as flames engulfed the upper floor of her home. She desperately searched for her husband, but he was trapped amidst the suffocating black smoke. In those agonizing moments, Sarah realized the chilling reality of not having adequate smoke alarms to warn them of the danger that awaited. This harrowing incident serves as a haunting reminder of the devastation that can occur when you neglect to protect your home. In the aftermath of the fire, Sarah and her children were left without a roof over their heads. Their cherished memories turned to ash and their lives forever scarred. The absence of a reliable smoke alarm system wasn't just an inconvenience, it was a heart-wrenching tragedy that could have been prevented. Without the proper means to detect and alert you to a fire hazard, the consequences can be truly catastrophic. Think of precious moments and irreplaceable belongings reduced to smoldering ruins. Imagine the unimaginable, the loss of loved ones who couldn't escape the flames due to a lack of early warning. Don't let negligence dictate your fate when it comes to home safety. Introducing the Phoenix Guard Smoke Alarm System. They even named it better than me. The Phoenix Guard Smoke Alarm System, your lifeline in the face of fire. This is why we created the Phoenix Smoke Alarm System, to give you unparalleled peace of mind and protection. Rest easy knowing your loved ones are always safe. With the Phoenix Smoke Alarm System, you can wave goodbye to sleepless nights filled with worry and anxiety. Our cutting-edge technology boasts the latest advancement in fire detection It combines state-of-the-art sensors, a smart alert system, and a sleek design ensuring that you and your loved ones will always have ample time to escape in the event of a fire. Advanced sensor technology, our smoke alarm, and then it goes into the description of each one of those. As you can see, we've thought of everything when it comes to the Phoenix smoke alarm system. Nothing can compare to the level of safety and peace of mind that our groundbreaking technology provides. But there's more. A 30-day money-back guarantee, your satisfaction is our top priority. We understand that investing in home security is a big decision. That's why we're offering a 30-day money-back guarantee. If for any reason you're not completely satisfied with our Phoenix smoke alarm system within the first month of purchase, simply contact us and we'll happily provide a full refund, no questions asked. Your satisfaction is our top priority. Don't wait another day. Choose safety. Choose Phoenix Guard. By delaying, you're putting yourself and your loved ones at unnecessary risk. Don't let another day go by without taking action to safeguard what truly matters. Join the thousands of satisfied customers who have chosen to protect their homes with the Phoenix smoke alarm system. Now it's your turn to take control of your family's safety. Click the button below to get started. Your peace of mind is just a click away. Remember, fire doesn't discriminate. Don't let it catch you off guard. Secure your future with the Phoenix Guard smoke alarm system, the ultimate defense against devastating fires. I mean, think about it. I mean, I don't think I could write that. I purposely wrote it so in every one of the sales letters, it creates a fictional story of what happens if you don't have that particular product, what you're going through, what's the pain. In other words, it shows that there's people going pain. And in fire, obviously, there's a lot of different pain points that you can do. And I think it went about it the absolutely right way. Now, the start of this is actually is pretty interesting. These first three words, are you prepared for the worst? Discover how to protect your loved ones and possessions from devastating fires. Ignite the spark of urgency. That particular piece is what I call a three-part headline. Okay, most people use one headline. I've always using typically a three-part headline at the top of my sales letters. And the reason is you can't possibly do it. The reason why people used to use a one-part headline was because they learned from people in the very beginning of the 19th century when they were paying for ad space in a newspaper. That's why their headlines were so short. And the internet, we don't have those problems. So my headlines typically are 17 to 25 words at least, just the headline part. Then you have the above and then you have the below. So you have a pre-headline and then you have a basically a sub-headline up there at top. And then we go into the story, and then it talks about the product that has the features and benefits, has a summary of the features and benefits. Then it goes into a 30-day money-back guarantee. Every single spot in a sales letter is actually covered. There's 11 pieces to a sales letter, and every single one of them we cover in that. And how long did it take us? I know this, it takes me, if I was to write a sales letter, a good sales letter, it's going to take me probably 2 to 3 weeks to write it good, right? Because I'm going to look at it, I'm going to write it, I'm going to come back to it, I'm going to look at it, I'm going to write it, I'm going to come back to it, and I'm going to look at it, I'm literally going to look at it from every single angle and think of what the words mean to me, and then when I walk away, I'm going to think about it in a different way. And then when I come back, I'm going to see, I'm like, oh, that was stupid, and then I'll write it a different way. So this one just makes it a whole lot easier, and it makes you spoiled. If you want to add something to it, then you take this and you take that first. Then you go back to one of the sections and say, I need a section written for a sales letter on this, and then I need to be on this topic. And then you add to it. I wouldn't even use that part for it because it's going to write another sales letter. What you do is you use it's called the playground, and the playground has no instruction. So what you do is you come over here, and when you go under like personal tools, is the playground. So the playground, you can ask it anything that you want. So this way, again, that's those times where we don't actually have that part. And some of it under the website copy, you might find things like I have create an FAQ. You can create an About Us page, an event page for like an event going on, a webinar page, features and benefits, call to actions, short sales letter, but we don't actually have it where you can add that part. I might add it now that you told me, but it makes sense, because I know that's what I do. Is I'll see something, I'll do it. Then under and this particular piece, right? A sales letter. A sales letter is so important. Again, I think I know every single top sales copywriter on the internet, and I'm telling you, I mean, these guys are expensive. And when I had Ray, it's actually kind of funny. I paid Ray at the time. I think it was $10,000 was his fee. He didn't charge me the percentage on the back end, so I paid him the money. He wrote the sales letter for me, and then I read it, and I'm like, it's good, but it's not me, right? It didn't sound like me. You didn't use words like me. If I'm reading something, think about this. If I'm reading something and it doesn't actually sound like me, I'm going to stumble. I'm going to read it. I'm going to reread it. I'm going to read it again, and just to try to get it out of my mouth, because I don't actually speak like that. When you're reading something, typically you're reading it in your words, maybe, and how you would think and how you would talk. So if it doesn't say it's you, then you got to change it. So I spent $10,000 to basically rewrite the sales letter again myself, using the basis of what he had. So it wasn't a waste, but still I had to turn it into mine. So that was one thing. But a sales letter is just one of the things. In order to have a good sales letter online, you have to do it. Again, I've done this twice now, where the Goody sales letter, the Goody.tube sales letter, again, none of it was written by me. I shouldn't say that. Let me clarify. I did write the headlines going down through the page, but I had the software write everything else. Eat it. Not yet. Yeah, I would say that, I wouldn't say 2 months, but I'd probably say 3 to 4 months we'll probably have that capability to actually upload and create your own versions of your voice in some way, where you could upload audios, videos, and PDFs of you, and then it would take that and create a subversion of the system specifically for you. Yeah, you could make it, and typically the way we're going to do that is you're going to make your own, virtual person. So what we're going to do is you actually have your own chatbot that is actually you. And I know this is not really weird, so let me tell you. So what happens is you're you, right? So I've got gigabyte and gigabyte and gigabyte of stuff that I've said over the last 26 years, right? So I take that, I upload it into it, right? Either audio, print, video, whatever. I upload it into the system. So it knows everything that I've ever said. And then what it does is it now uses that as the basis of, for lack of a better word, its consciousness. It knows how I speak. It knows the phrasing. It knows the words that I use. And then when you're talking to me, when you're chatting with me on a chatbot, it's going to be me. I made one for my students, and I called it Arman.ai, and I bought the domain and everything like that, and I put it up. I took it down now, but I put it up, and I specifically programmed it to be a smartass, and to, I'd say that's a stupid question. It'd literally say this to you: that's a stupid question. So move along, Slappy, and get back to work, right? And I would have it say all kinds of crazy stuff, and so that was kind of funny. But you can program it to do anything you want, and chatbots are the way that we can do something like that. So you'll ultimately be able to create your own person on that, and of course, eventually you'll be able to not only create your own person, and you'll be able to upload your own avatar, and then you'll be able to make the avatar actually speak. So you'll have your own personal person, and that's actually not that far away. The technology is already there to make your own avatar. The technology is already there to make the avatar talk. The technology is already there to take a static photo and turn it into something else. So we'll try to, after lunch, what we'll do is we'll show you guys actually how to create like Confucius or something. We'll go and create an image of Confucius. We'll create the avatar. We'll create a chatbot that actually does it, and we'll actually write and talk. Well, I shouldn't say chatbot. We'll actually give it a bunch of information. We'll get something made up, written, and we'll feed it to it. And he will talk like you made an actual video. And it's crazy good. Yeah, exactly. Not this, not ours. There's other ones out there that will. Eventually, we will have it. But yeah, it's an entirely different technology. But yeah, you can do it, and it doesn't cost you very much to do it. I think I pay like $5 a month for a system right now. I think it's like d-id.com, if I'm correct. I could be wrong, but we'll definitely go over it after lunch, and I'll show you guys exactly how to use it. It's very easy to use, not complicated. Yeah, yeah, sure. Yep, yep, sure, sure. Right. Yeah, 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 absolutely. So if we have like, where is it? Fundraising is here. State event fundraising. It's in here. Oh, it's under F's. That makes sense. So I made this just because one of the people that have the system, they asked us to. They're like, you don't have anything for fundraising, and his brother does this big fundraising deal, and he's a big deal. So you put in like your name. So I'm Larry. We're gonna use Larry. What org? What is it? LEV 27. What will the funds be used for? Rental assistance for low income people. How can they make a donation? Go to https lev27.com. Okay, let's just say it's that. What is the website address? We'll just say that as well too. And then, so we have tone. So this is where you can, the tone that we use for everything else. So what's one of those types of people again? Yeah, lazy. I don't, okay, so we can say relaxed. So we can say relaxed. That's probably the closest thing that I think lazy probably wouldn't have been one of my choices. So we'll just say relaxed, the relaxed tone. So when we rate this, we'll click the button. It says, Dear Donor, I hope this letter finds you in good health and high spirits. My name is Larry Steinhaus, and I'm reaching out to you on behalf of a wonderful charitable organization called LEV 27. Our mission is simple yet powerful to provide rental assistance to low-income individuals who are struggling to make ends meet. It is with hope and determination that I ask for support in our fundraising campaign. Not everyone has been blessed with a stable income or comfortable place to call home. Many individuals in our community are burdened with the constant worry of being unable to cover their rental expenses, and that's where LEV 27 steps in to make a difference. By supporting LEV 27, you'll directly contribute to the lives of those in need, offering them a glimmer of hope and a chance of stability. Your generous donation will allow us to ease the financial strain of these individuals, ensuring that they have a safe and secure roof over their head. Together, we can break out of the cycle of poverty and help people and give people the opportunity to strive. Donating to L27 is easy. Simply visit our website, and then the website where you'll find all the information you need to make a contribution. Every donation, big or small, takes us one step closer to achieving our goal and providing rental assistance to as many low-income individuals as possible. Your support will not only make a significant impact of those, but we can also inspire others in the community to join our cause. By leading the way, you become an agent of positive change and beacon of hope for those less fortunate. Together, we can create a community that cares for one another and lifts each other up. With your generosity, we can make a real difference in the lives of these individuals, offering them renewed sense of dignity and a chance to pursue a brighter future. pursue a brighter future. Your donation is an investment in the well-being of our community, and we promise that every penny will be used to offer rental assistance to those who need it most. Thank you for taking the time to read this letter and considering a donation to LEV 27. Your support means the world to us and to those we help. Together, let's change lives and build a stronger, more compassionate community. Gratefully yours, Larry. Yeah, I mean, you take kind of what you want. You might not like all of it, and that's the idea. Exactly what you said is you take what it says and you modify. And then we can play around with the different kinds of tone that we can take, and maybe we might find a different tone, like friendly. You know, if we do friendly, it's going to make it a bit different. Probably not. Yeah, I can make it less wordy by highlighting, copy, and delete. Yeah, with ChatGPT, and this is where it makes a difference. Is with normal just ChatGPT, it's going to write it in one way, right? And it's like either write it this way or leave, right? and then you can teach it. You can teach it, you can train it, and things of that nature to do it. But it just takes a long time, and you have to figure out exactly how to train it and what to say. So with this, basically by choosing the tone of it, so I gave it an idea when I programmed this in of what I thought a proper fundraising letter, and I think I gave it an example to actually start. I think I gave it one example that I'd found, and I said use this as an example, and then I added the tone to it on top of it, and then that will allow it to kind of just use that as a guideline rather than anything else. So yeah, actually, what you can do, there's another thing that you can do is, so up here, this is called your prompt library. So you can create your own prompts. So you can actually come up here and say, I want to make this a fundraising writer. Okay, so write articles, and then you tell it what you want it to create, and basically just tell it what to do, how you want it to do. I want it to have this tone. I want it to have this voice. I want it to be lazy. A lazy person writing a letter or a script to contact people on the phone. You can do that and then save it. And then when you go to write it, you just actually, if you tell it exactly what to do, you actually just open it up and click a button. You don't even have to put anything in. Yep. Yes. Absolutely. Yeah. So that's the key. So a lot of systems that are created, they don't let you change it. It's like, here's our stuff, and that's it. So one of the things I knew that was that people wanted was the ability to actually write their own prompts, because there's always going to be things that you want to do and you do it repetitively. So let's make that into the system. But then we have it one step further. So I also, I'm almost finished with it, but we're creating a marketplace where you can actually sell your prompts to somebody else. So again, when you have your own prompts, they don't appear anywhere in other people's stuff except for yours. So they don't see it in the back end. They don't even know it exists. You only see it. So what you can do is if you have a prompt that writes a great fundraising letter that's perfect, you can actually go to the marketplace, put up your prompt, and typically people sell a prompt for like somewhere between $5 to $10. And there's people making a fortune just writing prompts. And so it's just kind of cool. But again, I want to make a way that we could put a marketplace where different people writing different prompts can, obviously sell them and offer them to other people. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, I mean, it's just one of those things. I mean, let me give you another example. So let's say that she says, "Oh man, there's a lot of fundraising companies that would love these things." She could go in and make, let's say 50 telephone scripts, 100 emails that would be sent out, and sell them as a package to fundraising companies that are fundraising to nonprofits and things of that nature. So she could bundle that. You could go in and make anything in this, and then you could actually take that, bundle it, and sell it to someone else. You could go in and make a sales letter templates, and just put it together and sell it to other people. I mean, any aspect of this you can do. If you wanted to go in and make 50 Facebook ads for hair salons, and you could sell them to hair salons. You could, if you wanted to make 50 Facebook ads and sell them to whatever, you could do that. Hmm? Yeah. Well, yeah. So let me try to show you guys. So this is what I call Goody 1.0. Okay. So now what's happening is the week that I get back from my cruise, I'm hopefully going to be able to release the next version of this, which takes it to a whole nother level. And so let me just show a bit of it to you guys. And yeah, um, kind of. There will be. Actually, there's actually a couple training videos inside. But with the next version, like I said, it's like less than 2 weeks away. All the videos I'm going to switch everyone that's in the system, obviously, to the new version. And so that new version will be a bit different. So I have it on a test site right now that we've been working on. It's not complete yet, but you guys will get an idea. Oh, damn it. I did this so no one would find it. It worked. So you can see it, like, it doesn't like look well. So it's like huge. Then so now here's the thing. So here's the way. Okay, let's get rid of that. Okay, so let's look at the dashboard for this account, because I'm in like the admin section right now. So when you log in, the first thing that you're going to see is like how much usage that you have. That's going to be the first thing. So it doesn't really matter how much usage, because what we do is in Goody, we actually give you unlimited usage. Okay, so let me give you an idea. So if you with Jasper as an example, which is a hugely popular AI software, just to do some of the things that Goody does will actually cost you about $600 to $700 a month, because they limit you on how many words that you can actually use and how many images that you can create. You want to do words, it's one thing. You want to do images, it's more money. You want to do this and make it go faster, it's more money. So every time they do it, it's like ads. So my thought was always to change everything and do it a bit different. But let me show you the chat. Okay, so this is what took me forever. So I divided all the chats into individual people. So we have a finance expert, a nutrition expert. There's 128 different ones. The pain in my ass was to make 128 images in order to put it in here. And each one, I actually literally like tried to make it envision what that person would look like, right? And then that's how I figured out that it doesn't like blondes. So now what happens is we have time management, cybersecurity, interior decorator, sustainability, a fitness trainer, and they're all acting like that role: a yogi, a time travel guide, a tech reviewer, a synonym finder, a talent coach, a storyteller, a startup idea generator, a comedian, social media manager, a social media influencer, a screenwriter, a self-help book, a salesperson. We got some technical things for programmers, public speaking coach, a rapper, a proofreader. I got it to make it blonde there. A prompt generator, and there's some we still haven't finished yet, as you can see. But there's all kinds of different ones. So I could add one that, say, is a politician, as an example, and I could program it to be a politician. Now watch this. So if we have a finance expert, so we click on the finance expert, and now we're actually in the chat. So we can ask it any kind of question. It says, "Hi, I'm Al Burgers, and I'm a finance expert. I also had my team actually make up names for each one of these people. I can help you with managing your finance. And then you ask it whatever its question is. So I'm going to say, what is a Roth IRA, right? Did I say that right? So let's go with that. A Roth IRA is a type of individual retirement account that allows you to save money with after-tax dollars. The contributions you make to Roth IRA don't reduce your taxable income for the year, and blah blah blah. It goes on to and everything else, right? So, so every one of these are individual chats. Now, if you like want to save that chat as an example, and you want to start a new conversation on something different, you simply click New Conversation, and it starts over again. And you can save these, or you can delete them. You can edit it, and which means you can go back into it and continue that conversation. It actually remembers the conversation that you had previously, or you can get rid of it. And again, if you want something new, you can actually go in and start that new part. Does that make sense to everyone so far? So, so that makes it kind of cool. Then what we did is we everything that we write. So let's just say we go into the AI writer. So one of the cool things that we did on it is we spaced everything out, put them into categories here. But the most requested feature that we had was actually the favorites. So you can actually have a list of favorites and then simply just go over to your favorites on the left-hand side. And then what it does is it actually goes ahead and puts them into favorite categories. So then it does all of these different things. You see what I mean? Problem, agitate, solution, log intro. So the same things that we did in the other place, we can do here. Product tools, writing tools, an article rewriter, a new long form writing editor. So let's see if this one works now. So topic, let's say, what would you like your article to be about? How to make a business blogging. Okay, so let's see if that works. Okay, so now we got English as the language. We have now something brand new, which is the maximum length, which we're working on changing. So right now it's going to be like 2,000 tokens, which equals out to be like 1,500 words is like the max, right? It would give right now. So what we want it to be able to do in this new version that we have, it can actually write, technically, it can write 175 pages back to you. So it went from 4K to now 128K worth of content that you can actually have come back to you. So it could. Now, will it? Probably not. It's typically better because it will typically cut you off. The AI will cut you off because it'll say, I answered the question, and that's it. So you typically have to do it in like segments. That's the better way. So I'm going to put, we have 2,000 links. The creativity, we're just going to say it's premium. We're going to say the voice is excited. And then we're going to click generate. So here it is. So it's writing the outline. So first, let's create a detailed outline. So one of the things that I told it to do was before you write the actual article, I want you to write an outline of what it's going to do. So in SEO strategy, now today, that's one of the things that the SEO people want to see is they want to see all the outline of what you're going to talk about and then talk about it. And then at the end, it wants to put an FAQ at the end of the article. So right now it that's the outline, and then it has the actual article, of course, in it. It's breaking it all down, sculpting content that captivates, and then at the end, here's our FAQs. So once you're done with this, we can name it, let's say blogging, and then we can download it as a Word document or an HTML file, typically a Word. What we're adding to it is going to be a PDF file that you can download as well too, and a text file. That's the other thing I think that's useful. So then once you have it, let's name that again. So, oops, let's try. Jeez, the G. So once you have it, it's there. Okay, now everything that you create goes into your documents. So I wrote that called blogging, right? Here's a new long form article. Did I save it? Maybe I didn't save it, but let's try back. Could have been my fault. Okay, so here it is. So let's see. That gets rid of it. Yeah, it should have saved automatically, but I just don't see it happening. So we'll see. The document image chat code. No. So we'll see. Maybe it's going to save it in a second, but I thought it would just save it automatically, but I don't see the button. So we'll see. Come back to that. Now what happens is, let's say I wanted to make a piece of software. Okay, so you had asked about that before. So let's say what kind of code do we want to write? Let's say that we want to create a WordPress plugin that reads the RSS feed from an external website and posts it. Okay, so then what we do is down here, we put in the coding language that we want. So again, you have to kind of know what you're asking for. So in this particular case, I know it's going to write it in PHP. So I'm going to click generate. So it's going to wait. It's kind of working. As long as that thing's spinning up top, we're good. Let's see. Any minute now. Any second. Let's see what happens. Oh, good, because I didn't test this part. So there's the plugin. Let me tell you if it's good. It tells you that creating a WordPress plugin that reads RSS from an external website. Define the plugin and its hook, register a function, blah, blah, blah. Well, there's an example of the WordPress plugin. So it named it. It's proper. That's exactly how it should be named. Is absolute path, add action, initiates. Basically, it says, this is in human language now. It initiates the RSS feed poster initiator. So that means this is the RSS feed poster, which is the next line. And then it says, here's the external RSS feed. So you would enter in your, I didn't say how it was going to get the RSS feed, which was my mistake. So in this particular case, it says enter your RSS feed here in the code. So what I'd want to do is have a back end which says add as many RSS feeds that I want and do it. And then it says fetch them. And then it says fetch the RSS feed items. Here's a max number that's going to get. And then it's going to create a WordPress post. And then here's the data that it needs to make the WordPress post. And it did everything absolutely right. So, and that's just, again, it could be wrong, but you guys would know the difference. So, but yeah, I mean, it's a plugin. And what we would do, okay, maybe we'll try it after lunch. Maybe if I see if I can get my computer up here, and then what we'll do is maybe we'll test it on a website or something. So this is great. I mean, you know, it wrote the plugin. It's a short plugin. It's an easy plugin that it could write, but you know, it just came out the way it actually should. So you know, so that's impressive. I think I'll change this. And what you can do is you can copy this to the clipboard and paste it into an actual file on your computer, and then you could go from there. But I'll probably change this so it writes out it as it's going, because I hate it when you put something in and you're not sure if it's doing anything. And that's the reason why most of them that I have is actually written out as it's doing it. That's called streaming. So I like that, and this one doesn't do it there. But the other thing that we're adding to it is we have speech to text, which you can upload a file, and then it will transcribe that file, whatever it may be. But then the other thing that we have is the voiceover. Okay, so the voiceover is actually kind of cool. So what you do is we choose the language. We can choose basically any language. We choose the voice. And there's a ton of different voices that we have here. Then we choose the pace at which they speak. And then we choose how long a pause actually is. And then what we would do is just put in what we want it to say down here in this paragraph. And then it produces an actual voice that's AI written, AI done. And there's what's called neural voice. So Google uses a neural voice, Amazon uses a neural voice. And so what this neural voice is, it's as close as getting to a human as possible. You'll actually hear it breathe. It will suck in a breath as it's speaking. It will give you all the signs that it's actually a human. Not every voice does it, but there's the ones that are good are the ones that you'll instantly notice. So that does that, and I don't have that connected yet. But here's something that we do. This is a drastic improvement over what we had. Okay, so now this is the DALL-E, and I have it using DALL-E 3, which is the newest, latest, best version out there. And we use a separate one called Stable Diffusion, which is also extremely popular. So what we do is we're going to put in something we want it to write, okay, to make. So I'm going to say, actually, so DALL-E 3, which is OpenAI, will not actually let you make a picture of a famous person. That's one of the protections that it has. Stable Diffusion, I think, will. So I'm going to create a picture of a man and a woman walking on the beach. Okay, and then we're going to say we want it to use DALL-E 3, which is the latest. We want a fairly large image. You can choose the art style if we want it cartoon, contemporary, impressionism, low poly, which is kind of cool, pixel, and all of these different things. So we'll just say none, and we'll see what it just does. We can use lighting. I'm going to say I want it cinematic lighting. The mood, I want it aggressive. No, that's not good. We'll do cheerful, okay? And then it asks you how many of them would you like to create. So I'm going to say we want, I probably have the settings only one, so we're going to make one. So, so we push the button. It's going to start making the image. It's actually pretty quick. And you'll see the image down here, the samples. And so this is the image that I just made. Oops. So that's the image that I just made. Something. I don't know what that is. But pretty good, right? So that's DALL-E 3. Now let's take the exact same thing that we just wrote, and then we're going to switch to Stable Diffusion. So let's go back to DALL-E. Let me copy this. This is another image generator thing. So again, you have different styles. You have the different moods. And we're going to make it cheerful, of course. And it has different sample rates. I haven't gone into all the details. I might take that part out because I think it's confusing for people. I'm going to make it fairly large, and I'm going to put what we just did, the exact same information that we gave it. So this time, it's going to create it with Stable Diffusion. So I didn't say it, so it made it more cartoonish because I didn't specify. So if I go into here and I say comma, we'll just change one thing. Photo, realistic, okay? So then we hit generate. And what it will do is regenerate the image and hopefully make it more realistic. I could have put comma facing forward. I've done that. So much better. So now it actually looks like someone walking on the beach. So I looks like a photo now. So again, this is just simple. It's easy. It's not difficult. But our image generation just amped up like tremendously. We can, in Stable Diffusion, upload an image. This is image to image. You can actually upload an image and make modifications to the image. And it will produce a new version of that image with what you say it to do. We can also upscale an image. So if you have an older photo, let's say one that was taken way back when, and you scanned it, and it will blow it up using AI to make it a much bigger, if you want to put it onto a bigger picture of it or something like that. Like, I have a picture of my mother when she was like 16, right? And it's a little tiny picture this big. I can scan it, upload it, and then it will sample it all the way up to a big image where I can then take that to whatever. So here's something else that you can do. So you can upload an image. So for example, there's another picture I have of my mother, again, when she was very young. And the picture from, going from photo book to photo book, it kind of ripped apart, just because back when you used to put those sticky pages on it. So some of the pictures taken off. I can put this in, upload the image, and I can say restore the image. In other words, it's going to take AI and figure out exactly what should have gone here, what should have gone there, all the different spots. I can remove any lines that it might have had over the years, any crinkles in the paper that might have had over the years. It will fix all of that and then give you the right kind of image. So I think for something like that, especially photos, I mean, just family photos that you've had over the years, and they're just old paper. So you can do that. There's another version which I don't really know a lot about. It's Stable Diffusion. It's called multi-prompting. So we can give it ideas in layers, especially. So I can give it do this, then do this, then do this, and do this, and it will ultimately stack those commands on top of one another. Does that make sense to everyone? Yes. So the other thing, again, a voiceover, the AI writer, the documents. Again, most everything that you do, here's the code editor here. So it's added to our documents. And then when we click edit, there's the code, so I can come back later and do whatever I want to it. If I want to edit it, I could, or I can just download that as well too. I can do that. So there's another piece here, which is an article wizard, which we're still working on. So let's just say we want to write an article on how to make a business blogging, right? The way that we did this was most of the time to make a longer article, it's a little difficult. So what we did is we said, okay, well, let's take the article, let's create, let's say 15 keywords, okay? So what happens now is we can, first of all, click advanced, and then we can say blog post link. I'm going to say 1,000, and we're going to say the creativity is good. Let's say premium, and then we're going to click generate keywords. So now what it's going to do is it's going to create a bunch of keywords. So we're going to look at them. With the ones we don't like, we don't have to check them. The ones we like, we can just click on it. So I'm just going to click select all. So I'm assuming that it's all going to be good. The title of your topic, it's optional. We'll leave it blank. It took all the keywords in. The title length, I'm going to say, is going to be 70 characters, right? 70 characters long. And again, everything else is the same. Then I'm going to click generate titles. So now what it does is it gives me several different titles. Amplify your brand voice, leveraging blog and media synergy. Create compelling content, writing tips to engage and monetize. Mastering business blogging, SEO strategies to boost your revenue. Now, if I don't like those, I can add my own. I just hit the plus sign, add my own, and then we can go with that. I'm just going to say this one. So then what we're going to do is outline. You can put an outline topic that you want, and that's fine. And then you can say how many subtitles do we want. We'll say 15. And then we're going to say a number of outlines. We want 3 different outlines that we can choose from. So it's going to now create an outline for us. And it's going to give us 3 different versions of that outline and how it's going to write our article. So it's going to write those. It'll add them here. And then we just pick the one that we want. So again, there's 1, 2, and 3. So again, we read each one, find the one that makes sense. We'll just choose the first one. And then once we've done that, we're going to click next. So now it says explain your image. We can add an image here. We're not going to do that right now. We're going to skip this step. And now it's generating the article. So it's taking it's going to have different sections with the different headlines, and it's going to write 15 different sections about it. What I want to do is modify this a little bit, and where the headlines will actually be turned more into a different kind of headline. I think that would work better. And the articles, the paragraphs will actually be a little bit bigger. And then I wanted to add an actual title at the top, even though when you finish it, it'll technically have the title. But I just think it'd be better to have it in the actual results as it's writing. So it's still writing. Here's our article. I mean, it's just going, right? So, so article successfully generated. So there it is. We can save. It's saved to documents already. So if we go to my documents now, there's our article. If we click edit, mastering business blogging strategies to boost your revenue, and then we can edit this all inside of here. So when you look at that, that's a significant article that we would have that we could post to our blog. We could use it wherever it may be. So let me give you guys another strategy here. So let's say that you want to dominate your market and you want to, every place people look, and that you want them to find you. So what you do is you start, let's say, utilizing AI to write articles. And what you do is you take those articles and you post them to very specific places, two precisely. One is medium.com. So medium.com is basically a blogging platform. It's free, doesn't cost you anything. And the other place that you're going to post that article is to LinkedIn as well. Now, the reason why we post them to Medium and LinkedIn is because they will typically get ranked and picked up by Google. So by doing that, the first two articles I wrote, I don't know if I got lucky or whatever. They were, again, AI articles, just to clarify. I posted them up to LinkedIn, Medium, and I posted it to LinkedIn. And the first one, I think I ranked number 3 in Google, mind you, in Google. So again, because I was on Medium. Now, again, it's an AI article. People saying, oh man, Google hates AI articles. No, it doesn't, right? They don't know what they're talking about. So it ranked the article. And again, it was from Medium. So I'm using their credibility to get this article ranked. Same thing on LinkedIn. So then the next article I write, it didn't get ranked. The Medium article didn't get ranked, but the LinkedIn article did. So I post them to both places anyway, and then it just automatically happens. And so if you post like an article a day, which doesn't take very long, then you could do this. Now, one of the features that I really want to do in the next 2 months is I want to have an automatic blogging feature built into this. Now, here's what I mean. You put in the topic that you want your blog to be about. You push a button, you give it some details, and you tell it you want it to post 1 article, 2 articles, 3 articles a day to your blog. And it spaces them out and automatically posts them to your blog. And basically you just set it up one time, and then the back end is actually posting it wherever. You see what I mean? So it's automatic. You don't do jack, right? My idea is like, let's just do nothing and make money, right? That'd be kind of cool. But it's close. It's close. So that's one of the features that we're really looking at. I've already figured out in my head how to do it, and it's not that difficult to really pull it off. We just need to set up the mechanism in here to post it. Yeah. You know, you could. And my idea is you just put in the topic and then let it generate topic. Yeah, you just put the topic in and then let it choose whatever it wants to. Eventually, when it's more stable to connect to the internet, then what we want it to do is actually go out, find out what people are searching now for that particular topic, or what are the top articles that are already ranked, and then use that as a guideline to write a similar type of article. That would be the ideal situation. So. As far as like what? Yeah, sure. Right. Yeah. Yeah, I don't know if they did, but I know on ours, what we do, we don't have the number of calories, but we do have like a diet program. Here's a workout program, and then we have I don't see the diet plan. Let's see. Let's see. Um, 7-day diet menu. So yeah, so if we did the 7-day diet menu, select which diet you'd like to do. So give me a name of a diet. As in what? Oh my God, why would you do that? Just kill me now. Vegan diet. Exclude. What foods don't you like? Yeah, meat, obviously. Meat. What else? What other kind of vegetables or whatever plants that we don't want? Okay, broccoli. Brocoli? No, two C's. Okay, depends, I guess. Let's say fish. So we're going to turn this up to like 2,000 just to make sure. And then we're going to say we have one result. We're going to say it's good, premium, and then it's just going to start talking, writing a diet. So it's going to give you like a 7-day plan that's a vegan meal that for breakfast, lunch, and dinner. So oatmeal with almond milk, banana, and chia seeds. Lunch, quinoa salad with mixed greens, chickpeas, and avocado. Dinner, vegan chili with beans and cornbread. Smoothie with spinach, berries, and flax seeds and soy milk. And this doesn't sound very appealing. I'm just telling you now. Yeah, so you bring up a good point. No one ever asked me before, but yeah, I think we can probably add that to it. Where you can put the number of calories that you want, and then it would give it up. Yeah, yeah. So you could. Yeah, I just did it. I literally just did it. Yeah, yeah. This is the one that's not finished, but we have it over in the other one here. Yeah, so it's already there now. So if you look under, I don't know where it is, but I think it's under personal tools in this one. Um, yeah, 7-day diet menu here. It does the same thing. So yeah, like I said, next week or not next week, but the week after, we'll be moving everyone that's in the system now over to the new system, and then it's a much nicer experience, and that's really what it is. But yeah, you can do that now, and we can here's the cool part. So what's cool about this, and I have people all the time write me in and say, I want this, it doesn't have this, and can you do that? And if I think it's a good idea, then yeah, if it's something specific that's only going to help one person, then no, I'm not going to add it. But if it's something like adding macros, right? So you can put or percentages. You go, fat, carbohydrates, and protein, right? And you can put in the percentages and automatically figure out your diet according to that. Or you can put in the number of calories as well, and then you can put all those things in, then create a 7-day diet menu, and then break it down. And then you can. Well, I think one of the other features would be good is how many meals per day, right? That you want to do. So you could do something like that as well too. So I think like adding features like that, when some of you, let's say, see that, okay, it doesn't do this, I think it should do this, right? And I'm like, okay, let's add it. And it literally takes me 2 seconds to add another line and to make it do that. So it's not difficult to do. The way we built this is we built this to expand and add and continue to add and make it better and things of that nature as well too. So that's why we kind of upgraded everything in order to make that happen. You could, well, it depends. On this one, let's see. Did I click something or am I on the wrong one? Maybe I'm on the wrong one. So here it is. So yeah, this one doesn't have a description. It just says choose the diet, exclude this particular foods, and then you just let it run and do whatever it's going to do. So if there was another field where we could put added instructions, yeah, I mean something like that I think is a good idea as well too. So we could definitely do that. So I think a couple of these things we're going to remove, like the maximum length. I'm just going to set it at the max, and then I just don't think that's a choice that most people need to make, right? They don't know what it means, and it's just going to cause me more customer service questions. So some people believe that there's no such thing as a stupid answer. I'm not one of those people. So, but the point here is that yeah, you can do things like this, all within. So we can always make changes, modify it, and as AI changes, and as they see, here's the thing: is that OpenAI will announce a feature, and then everyone says, "Oh, it's out there." It's not actually out there. when the time they announce the feature, by the time that you can actually use it, is two different things. It might take me, what the feature that they announced like last week, it might take me 2 months to actually get access to that feature because it has to go push through the AI and everyone that's using that AI. So, so that's the reason why that happens. But again, the other thing is this is the other thing is it's workbook. I'm going to change the name of that so here's that article wizard down here. Let me see. This one's today. So right here, this this one right here, the AI code generator, then the article wizard. So you can see they're added here. So this is actually your history of everything. So everything that you do will actually be added into this list. So you can always go back. You can delete it if you want. You feel better about that. Or you can just go back and you might have done it before and it's like, okay, let's just edit that. And you can do it that way as well too. So so that would be there as well too. Other thing that we did is we built in customer support into this. So let me see. I guess I didn't set it up yet. But you'll be able to click a button, actually enter in a support ticket, and then it'll actually show up here. So you don't have to go to another desk in order to get the answers to what you need. So that's one of the things I want. The other thing, this is actually the cool thing about this. I'm actually adding an AI chatbot to answer questions. So it will actually answer its own questions about the software. Yeah, I mean, I hope it doesn't. So that's kind of the cool part. What was that? Yeah, it's like no. It'll be like one-word answers. No, and then yeah, come back again. So, but yeah, so this is what we have here, and so that makes it really simple. So so here's the thing. We've got a couple different things going on. I know some of you have access to Goody already. So the good thing is that those of you that have access to Goody already, all you have to do is simply wait, again, a week or so. We're going to upgrade the whole system, and it will go there. We'll have new tutorials, everything like that. That's actually built into the system. Those of you that don't have Goody, the offer I made the last time was here was pretty simple, is that you get lifetime access to Goody. There's no more fees. There's no more costs on top of it, which means, and also you can use an unlimited amount of usage. It doesn't matter how much you use it, because you might use it all day long and the person sitting next to you might not use it at all. It all equals out in the end. And but every new feature that we add, every new model that we add, every new wizard or tool that we add inside of the back end, it's automatically upgraded. Everyone's on the same plan, and that's what makes it so simple, so easy for us, is that we want it to be eventually the largest collection of tools. Currently, right now, with all the different tools, if you add them all up, there's over 750 different things that you can actually do inside of Goody right now. So that's what's in there now. And again, we have the email centers, the legal centers, the law centers, where you can ask and have it create a number of different things. And we're even going to make that changes on those, where you'll be able to actually have an open field there that will say, if it's not in the drop-down menu where I have 100 different options, then you're going to have a field where you can tell it what you want it to create, what kind of email you want to create, or what kind of legal document, or what kind of email document that you want to create. So you're not limited by me or something else. The idea is to give you the tool that you want when you need to use it. You don't want to have to wait to contact customer service and me say, okay, yeah, let's do this. Let's just add it and make it easy for you. So there's some things that we're putting out there that's going to be pretty simple. The other thing that I did is I gave everyone that was last time that got it was the commercial rights, which means that you can actually use this to actually do services for other people and things of that nature as well too. So you can actually start a business just like we talked about. You can actually you can write emails, you can do copywriting for other people, you can make images with it, you can do whatever you want with it. So that's as far as that goes. The other thing is that we did a training specifically on the system, and we did a training on how to actually services that you can provide to other people that that you could actually make money and use this as a tool to make money with rather than just something for yourself. And so I think that that's like one of the biggest things. In fact, let me give you an example. So I have a lot of students right now that do social media management. That's what they do, which simply means we write a couple posts for you. Sometimes some people on the low plan, it might be once a week on Facebook, once a week on LinkedIn, once a week over here. So they might give you a couple different platforms. And if they're only going to post once a week, they're going to charge typically about $197 a month. That's what it takes. That's what it costs for social media management, posting one time a week. Posting 2 to 3 times a week, it goes up considerably. 2 times a week, typically going to be about $297. 3 times a week is going to be, it's not going to be $397. It's going to be more like $497 for that service. So like, again, $500 for each person. Now I'm going to tell you right now, $500 a client, it doesn't take much to make a decent living with it. But the other thing is that why would people pay to do this? This is the question I get all the time. Why do people pay to do this? Well, here's the reason why. Is because they don't want to. The guy's running a hardware store. The person's running a beauty salon. They don't want to, and they don't have time to, do social media, right? And then what you can do is you can do this. You can make the documents, and then you can schedule them out. Not inside of our system, but there's tools that we can tell you exactly what to use, where you can schedule it on a calendar, and it just gets posted to Facebook, posted to TikTok, posted to LinkedIn, and you just set it up for the whole month. Like in one day, all of your posts for all of your customers, all of your clients are done. So you literally work one day a month, or here's even better. We show you how to outsource, and we can actually outsource to the Philippines with that as well too. Trust me, I'm half Filipino. Filipinos are great people. I'm telling you, trust me. I have a lot of cousins, and they all need jobs. But here's the thing: is that you can outsource to the Philippines seriously for a social media person that knows what they're doing, knows how to schedule it, everything like that. Probably around $300, maybe $400 a month. Okay, well, again, full time. That's 40 hours a week. So just kind of keep that in mind, right? So again, social media is like a dime a dozen. Everyone in the Philippines does social media. There's only a couple things that Filipinos do. Number one, they're either nurses, or they're doing karaoke, or they're doing social media. That's it. That's the only thing they do. So, but the thing is that things like that you can outsource, and eventually work yourself where you're just kind of managing the business and not working in the business. So what we did is we talked about these things, of course, these little people, and we talked about what you can do and all this other stuff. And again, with these, we can ask all kinds of questions, and each one is trained to be that type of person. So, cybersecurity expert, you name it, a virtual doctor, a web design consultant, a yogi, which is awesome, a tech writer, whatever you want to do. And then it's going to answer you like it is that person. That's what they do. That's their expertise, and everything else. So that's the good part. So you can go to them individually, and we can now save the conversations. We can print the conversations. We can export the conversations. The whole thing. Oh, that was so fast. Could you take out the other thing? Oh no, never mind. That was just the first sheet, right? Yeah. Can you hand those out? Just who? Yeah. Who doesn't have Goody? Raise your hand if you don't have Goody. Just hand them out. And I'll tell you what, just fill it out, even if you need practice filling out a form. Just fill it out. Just fill it out. Anyway, so let me explain something about Goody right now. So here's what we do with Goody. Currently, we charge $50 a month. That's $600 a year, right? So that's what we call. If you go to Goody's website, some of you already have. That's what we charge: $50 a month, $600 a year, or it's $500 for the year if you do it that way. But on this, what happens? It's one time, right? So it's $19.97, and then you never have to pay for anything else ever again. And so it's unlimited. But then again, also you get the trainings that we're going to be doing. We're going to do a training specifically for you guys. Those of you that have Goody already, of course, will be invited to the new training on Goody, and especially the new system. The new system, again, we have much more things that we're adding to it, that you guys will be able to do things that just other systems just can't do right now. And that's what makes our system different than everybody else. Let me show you. Right here's a let's take Goody and let's man, I can't. Let's try this. I don't know if I can get in. Copy.ai. So Copy.ai is one of a competitor. They have a boatload of people, like millions of people use this particular system, right? Now I don't want to sign into Larry. I would, but I think I've signed in enough of his stuff now. I don't know if I can get into this, or else I will sign into Larry's. It's a free account, so it's not like it's going to cost him anything. Enter the code we just sent to Arman Morin. Oh, phone somewhere? Oh yeah, there it is. Log into Copy AI. Okay, so we're good. 5. Okay. 5, 5, 8, 8, 1, 1. Okay. Come on, log me in. Okay, so this is actually Copy.ai. Now, again, the system has been going for a while. They got like 6 or 7 million people using this thing, maybe 10. I think they just bullshit and say how many that they actually have. I don't know because the numbers are crazy. But let me give you a comparison. So let's do the template, okay? And let's do something that we have as well. So let's do a sales page. Okay. Now, how did we remember how we did a sales letter with Goody? We just said, this is our product and this is what it does. That's all we did. So let's start with this. Okay. What are you looking to create? A sales landing page. Okay. What are the main points you want to cover? I have to enter the product, the brand, service name, or one-liner. I have to enter the target audience. I have to enter the features myself. If I knew the features myself, why am I going through this whole process? That's the whole point of it. Then I have to write a list of benefits. Then I can create a tone, and and they have a few tones. We have like boatloads, but we have to fill out that before it can actually write it. That seems kind of crazy to me. But let's see if we can do something with an email. Email cold outreach, contest giveaway event promotion email, testimonial email. I mean, some of these just don't make sense to me. What? Testimonial emails? So, okay, so let's do this. I'm going to do freestyle, and I'm going to create a new project during this. Now, it should just ask me whatever I want to do. What do you want to create? I'm going to say a what do we want to create? Let's say an email promotion. What are the main points you want to cover? Why do you have to ask me that? I'm going to say new product just launched. AI copywriting software writes copy. Okay. And then I'm going to choose, let's do persuasive, and let's create content. So now it's supposed to, it says magically creating copy. Okay. So then it has, here's the email. The AI copywriting software that's taking the world by storm. Product name is the new way to write copy that engages your audience and boosts conversion. With product name, you can get more traffic, leads, and sales with just a few clicks. Just enter your message and let product name do all the work. So that was net 1. Number 2, hey, just launched a new product that could change the way you do copywriting forever. It's called Copycat, and it's an AI-powered copywriting software that writes copy for you. Think about it, : Instead of spending hours writing emails and landing pages, you can now spend those precious minutes making more money. And if you're not familiar with Copycat, here's the best way, the best part. It's free and free for anyone to try. Just sign up at website and let it go. These are not very good. So let's go into our system over here, and I'm going to go right to our emails, right? So we're going to say an email promo. So I'm going to say my product name. First of all, that's makes sense, doesn't it? Right? So I'm going to say Goody. And what does your product service do? I'm going to say helps people write copy who can't. Okay. Then you're going to enter your website address that you want people to go to. That makes sense. Goody.ai. Select the copywriting model. We'll leave that default, and it's persuasive. Okay. So you saw what they wrote. This is what we wrote. Boost your copywriting skills with Goody. Hey there, are you struggling to write compelling copy that converts? Do you find it challenging to engage your audience with content? We've got the perfect solution for you. Introducing Goody, the ultimate copywriting assistant that will help you craft powerful, persuasive, and engaging copy, even if you're not a natural wordsmith. With Goody, you'll never have to worry about staring at a blank screen, trying to find the right words again. This revolutionary tool uses cutting-edge artificial intelligence and machine learning algorithms to analyze your input and generate high-quality copy in seconds. Imagine being able to effortlessly create attention-grabbing subject lines, captivating sales pages, persuasive emails, and engaging social media posts. Goody takes the guesswork out of copywriting, providing you with all the tools and guidance you need to communicate your message effectively and inspire your audience to take action. Here's how Goody can help you. 1, generate compelling copy. Then it gives a description. Improve brand consistency. Save time and effort. Don't miss out on this incredible opportunity. Apparently, it just didn't insert the website. But look at this. It put in the emojis with 2 arrows pointing at it, and that's where your website would go. And then it says, remember, your copy has the power to captivate and persuade. With Goody by your side, you'll be able to unlock your potential as a copywriter and drive exceptional results for your business. Don't wait any longer. Get started with Goody today and watch your copy watch as your copy comes alive. Click below to access Goody's magic now. Here's the URL, your copywriting success, and then your name. Is it a little bit better than what they wrote? I think a lot better, right? And again, this is a very, very popular scenario. And when we look at these, templates, write a blog intro, write a blog outline, write a blog, social media post, motivational quote, right? So let's see. Let's use a motivational quote, okay? What are you trying to create? A motivational message? What are the main points you want to cover? Don't give up on your dreams, okay? And then we'll say I'd like to choose motivational, but that's not an option. So we'll choose friendly, okay? So we're going to create that. Again, it's it's magically creating a copy. Then it starts off with something very original. Don't give up on your dreams. You've got the power to make them come true. You just have to believe in yourself and keep going. Even when things get tough, even when it feels like you're going nowhere, keep moving forward. You can do it. So that's really not that good. So we have let me see. I know we have something that's motivational here. Email copy, email series, fundraising, Goody images, headline tools. Maybe it's under business, marketing plan, brainstorming tools. Nope, it's got to be down lower. Newsletter tools, no. Personal tools, no. Product tools, no. SEO, no. Social media. 30 motivational quotes, okay? What topic are you posting about? I'm going to say, don't give up on your dreams, okay? And then I want to be empathetic. No, I want to be motivational. Okay? So we choose motivational, which helps. And then it starts writing, don't give up on your dreams. Keep pushing forward until you reach your goals. Oprah Winfrey. Image idea. a person climbing a mountain symbolizing the journey to take their dreams. Next one, the only way to achieve your dreams is to never give up, Arnold Schwarzenegger. Image idea, a runner crossing the finish line representing the perseverance needed to reach one's dreams. Number 3, don't let negativity or doubt hinder your dreams. Keep believing and never give up, Albert Einstein. Number 4, your dreams are worth pursuing. Don't ever give up on them, Ellen DeGeneres. Don't give up on your dreams, for they are the driving force behind all great achievements, Walt Disney. Believe in yourself and never give up on your dreams, Michelle Obama. Don't let fear stop you from pursuing your dreams. Keep pushing forward and never give up, Amelia Earhart. Every step you take towards your dreams brings you closer. I'm not going to read all of these. There's like 30 of them. But they're actually, first of all, quotes. It was supposed to be motivational quotes, which means someone should have said this, right? And so that's what these are. They're actual quotes from real people. Nelson Mandela, Walt Disney, Arnold Schwarzenegger, Oprah, all these different people, and more. As you go through Serena Williams, Steve Jobs, you name it. And so the idea behind this is that it's for social media. So the idea is that you put this quote and then you have an image of what it gives you, and it gives you what the image should be. So this one, don't let obstacles deter you from your dreams. Keep pushing forward and never give up. Arnold Schwarzenegger, it says image idea, a person hurtling over obstacles representing the perseverance needed to chase their dreams. Now, remember the idea that we had for making posters and things. So we could take these posters, and we could put each one of these on a poster, and we could put the image, have it create an image for each one of these, and we could again sell these posters. And this gives you 30. The idea behind 30 was it gives you 30 days of motivational quotes that you can post to social media. For example, here's another one that says 30 days of content ideas. What are you posting about? How to make money in the stock market. Okay, so these are ideas you could post to social media in order to get people's attention. So day 1, stock market jargon, explain, dive into the world of stocks with us and learn the key terms you need to master. Then it gives you an image example. Day 2, common mistakes to avoid in stock trading, learn from the experts, double tap if you have ever made one of these before. Day number 3, meet the legends, discover the inspiring stories of famous investors who made their fortune in the stock market. There's emojis and hashtag stock market legends. And it goes on like that for 30 days of content ideas that you could post to your social media. Now, there's a trick that we can do, and let me show you. I don't know if it will do it here. Let's see if it will. So I'm going to try to do this. So what we're going to do is we're going to choose the playground Ask Anything. And so I'm going to say create, I'm just going to do 10. Create me 10 motivational quotes in a table format with the quote, the person, I'm going to say and the person who said the quote. That's all I want. And the person who said the quote. So we're just going to put this in. We're going to do motivational, and we're going to click enter. So it's putting these lines in, okay, like this. So what we're going to do is we're going to download this, and we're downloading it as a text file, okay? Now what we're going to, I guess I have to make sure that I'm not sure what software he's got. Yeah, we're going to take it with Excel. We're going to open up Excel, and trust me, I am not an Excel genius in any way. I'm lucky it opened. So we're going to create a new blank workbook. And then what we're going to do is we're going to, let me see, maybe I just have to open it. I'm going to say File, no. File, no. Do you ever notice that sometimes when you make a mistake, you just keep doing it, hoping that it's going to change? Yeah, that's the way I do Excel. So no, I don't want to. I don't want to. I don't want to insert it. I just want it to open up. Open, 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 open. There we go. So what we're going to do is this PC, and we're going to look not in the documents, downloads. That's where we downloaded it to, right? Maybe not this downloads. Okay, so let's search desktop. No, it should be in downloads, wouldn't it? Yeah. Yeah, I just assumed it would any sane person would put it in the downloads files, right? But it's Larry's computer. So where do we do that? We're just going to click browse. How's that? And all Excel files, we're going to say all files. There we go. So there's the file that we have. We're going to open it, and it's going to say this. Okay, it says delimited. So the delimited line is going to be start at import 1, and then we're going to say it is, that's fine. We're going to click next, text qualifier, comma, other. So, lottery. So what we're going to do is we're going to select other than the tab. We're going to uncheck tab, and in the other, we're going to put this little pipe thing that it's above the enter key. It's a little vertical line. So what that does is when we look at this, it puts the quote, and then it has the next column, which is the actual person who wrote the quote. So I'm going to click next, and then I'm just going to click finish. Okay. So that's all I wanted. So I'm going to put this over here. So the first line we can get rid of, right? We're going to click delete, and then we're going to click the next line, which is just a line, and we're just going to delete that too. And that leaves us with these lines, and we're going to get rid of number A, or letter A, and we're going to have this. So we have one column, which is the quote, one column, which is the people who said the quote. That makes sense to everyone? And we've got 10 of them. And now you could do this with 50, you could do this with 100, you could do this with 200. So, and we're going to save this, save as, and I'm going to say, I'm going to call this quotes, and we're going to save it as a CSV file. Okay, so a CSV, and we're going to save it. Does it give me any options where to save this? Browse. And we're going to put it in the download folder. The download folder. We're going to put it in the download folder. There's download. And so we're going to save it here and there. So we should be good. Okay? So you with me so far? Yes? So what did I do so far? Had 10 quotes, and I changed it from just mere text to a CSV file. Okay, so keep that in mind. Now, what we're going to do is, have you guys, seen obviously people post images and things like that online? So what we're going to do is we're going to go to Canva. Okay, canva.com. First of all, you don't need to buy it. The free version is perfectly fine. And Larry's going to sign up for it right now. We're going to say continue as Larry. And it doesn't cost anything. Again, we don't have to worry about anything. So we're going to say it's personal. Okay, maybe later. So what we're going to do now is we're going to create an image. Okay, so we'll just create a design, and we're going to say what kind of a design. The normal design is like 16 by 9. We want to put it like on Instagram or Facebook, and we want a different size. We're going to say a custom size. We're going to say, I don't know what size. Let's say 1080. We'll do this. We're going to flip it. 1080, and then the next one by mobile. It's a mobile design here. Presentation mobile first, right? So it's by 1920. So it's this vertical size image. Okay. So now what we want is we want to put an image on this. Okay. Now it could be your company. It could be whatever that we want, or it just could be a cool background design. So I'm going to say clouds. I'm going to look for something with clouds. Actually, we're going to go on the left-hand side and we're going to click on elements. Now we'll stay up top and we're going to just enter clouds. And we're going to say enter. Okay. Let's see if we can elements. No. We'll try clouds again. So clouds. Okay, so we'll take one. Oh, that's Pro. We can't use that. Where's the photos? Here it is. So clouds, blue sky. Okay, so we've got these images of clouds. And we're just going to take this one, and we're going to pull it over here. And we're just going to make this big enough to kind of fill that space. You can do what you want with it. I'm just going to kind of make it and fill the space. Okay? So now, what we're going to do is we're going to go down here to apps. And what we're going to do is scroll down here, and we're going to say bulk create. There's a little button here that says bulk create. So bulk create designs from a single template. Try it for free for 30 days. It doesn't have a credit card, so no, we can't do that. Oh, damn it. Damn it. Larry. Let's just see. Photos, background, audio. Okay, we're going to log out and try to do it. I'm going to try to log into my account. Home. Sign out. And we'll try to get in. Log in. Continue with email. Okay. Password. So let's see if I can find that over here. Passwords. And oh, that was an easy one. Hey, that one is first shot. First shot. I told you I was practicing all through lunch for an hour and a half. So what we're going to do is we're going to do the same thing. Create a new design, and okay, we're going to do Instagram Reel. We're just going to use that as an example. Same thing. It just gives us a vertical piece there. So we're going to delete. Where's delete on this? Delete. We're just going to delete this, and we're going to delete that. Okay, so let's try just adding a design. So again, we'll do this. We'll make it a video. It could be an image. It could be a video. So there's like the clouds moving in the background. Easy enough, right? So then we're going to come down here just like I was trying to do before. And I want to create a loom. Every time I click on it, let's do this. Let's take loom, remove from film. I don't want to. Are you telling me that that's the only way? Okay. I guess they really want to. Okay, so there we go. So apps actually was up there. So we're going to click bulk create, and then it says enter data manually or upload in a CSV. So I'm going to click upload a CSV, and we're going to go to our downloads. There's our quotes right there. So we're going to open that, and then it says 2 data fields identified. It says right-click on an element on your page to connect it to your data below. So I'm going to click up here. I'm going to add some text. I'm going to click add a text box, and we're going to make that a bit big. Okay, so we're going to try. It's kind of tricky to move this a little bit. You have to get it in the right spot to actually move it. So you have to do it in the paid version because you can't upload it. You can't. It won't let you do it. So, but you'll watch what happens though. And then we're going to say your paragraph text there. That's fine. And then we'll add another text box, and we're going to say we're going to say person. Okay. So that's going to be the person's name who wrote it. And then we're going to have this one up here, which is going to be the other part. So we're going to make that part a little bit bigger. So now what we're going to do is we're just going to, again, go back to the app, bulk create. We had upload. We'll do it again. It's there. Now what's going to happen is we're going to click on this. 2 data is identified. It says right-click on an element on your page. So we're going to right-click. And then what we're going to do is we're going to, it says connect it to your data below. Okay, connect data. And then we're going to enter the first one. That's the first one. And then the second one, we're going to click on this one down here. And we're going to click connect data. And this time we're going to choose the person's name. So Steve Jobs. So this is kind of like the one. Now we can format this. We can make it bigger. We can do a number of different things to it. Okay, so we're just going to leave it like this for now. And then what we're going to do is that we're going to click continue. Okay, so we're going to click continue. These are all the ones it's going to put in. I want all of them. And I'm going to click generate the designs. So what it did, watch what happens. Now we've got that quote. Here's the next quote. So again, let's hit play. So all of these will just play. Success is not a failure, final, right? So all of these. Now, here's the thing. If you go to YouTube, what's the first thing that we see on YouTube typically? So on YouTube, we have different things. And as we scroll down, all of these are shorts. Okay, shorts are the most popular form of video there is on YouTube. YouTube will do it. Now, apparently, Larry's is not very good, but he's got 41 views. But with quotes and things of that nature, everyone clicks on them. Everyone likes quotes. It's the most non-offensive thing that you can typically do unless you import quotes from Hitler or something, right? But other than that, you should be okay. So you have to think about that. But again, you take those quotes, each one at a time, and then you import them into YouTube. I shouldn't say import them, but you add them to YouTube. You create a new video on it. But here's what you do, is you take this and you're going to click share, right? And then you're going to click on download. It says download pages as separate files. So when you click this and then download it, it's going to create a different video for each one of those quotes automatically. So you don't even have to do anything. So what this does is, again, we just randomly chose a picture in the background. You could put your business picture. You could put, your picture, your business, your ID, logo, whatever it is that you want. And then you make these images, or again, if you use a video, then you can put them up on YouTube. If you don't put a video, guess what you can do? You can take those and now post it to Instagram. You could post it to Facebook. If it's a video, we can post it to YouTube, TikTok, Instagram, Facebook. We can post them everywhere. You see what I mean? Now, if you paid someone to do this, and they will charge you to do this, you're going to pay, like I just did 10 in like 10 seconds, right? You're probably going to pay somewhere in the area of like $100 just for that. Just for that. Because what they're going to do is they're going to come here and just do it, and they're going to send it to you. That's basically what happens. But this little tiny thing is you get a chance to make these, again, they're called shorts, and every platform is now using them. TikTok. Now, here's the other thing. What a lot of people make the mistake on is they think that TikTok is for kids. Wrong. Absolutely wrong. More people that I know are making more money on TikTok than ever before. The fastest growing audience on TikTok, 55 plus. So think about that, right? TikTok is not just for kids. I mean, and it's addicting. If you've never been on TikTok, I'm just telling you, it learns what you like so often, and it just starts showing you. And for some reason, my wife was watching me one day. She's like, how come all these young girls are on your TikTok? I'm like, I don't know. There's probably a mistake in the algorithm. That's just what. So, but yeah, it remembers what you're looking at and everything else, and it actually does it. Within 2 days, I was actually not seeing anybody dancing or doing anything like that. All of a sudden, I start getting people with business, internet marketing, marketing itself in general. And it was tailored specifically for me. It was 100%, and it was just 6 seconds. So again, don't ignore TikTok. That's really what I'm saying. So again, these images, we can do a number of different places. But again, if you want to sell them, you could, certainly. But again, if you haven't used Canva, create a free account and just play with it. It can make literally anything. Your life, honestly, will change. Canva was started by a young girl in Australia. And now, I mean, I don't even know how much it's worth now. It's got to be like close to $1 billion, right? And I mean, we're talking in a short time, maybe 6 years, something like that. And she just did everything right. And this is probably one of the most valuable tools that anyone could use, seriously. And again, if you want to upgrade, that's great. I upgraded. I have actually a portion of this. You can seed it with your company profile. And so I have a specific profile that's my specific blue that I use in my company, that's in my logo. I have my picture uploaded to this. And so I can take like one of these, like as an example, if I go and click home over here, I can take anything that it has. Here's something I made. So this was an image that I did for a speaker training that I did, right? This image I created here on Canva. I uploaded my logo for that, and I had my picture, of course, in the background, and the button that says click here. So I use that in my advertising. Here's a vertical one that I did. And again, I can make these by hand, but why? Right? Here's where some of the, here's one, these 3 or 4 right here were ones that were just created just to mess around with that what I just showed you. And then this one, try it free, 100% unlimited AI, 100% AI images, email center, legal center, click here now, right? And so I made that again right here, and it was a template that they had. So if I type in, and I wanted to make, if I go up here and say I want to make a YouTube, let's try YouTube thumbnail, okay? A YouTube thumbnail. Okay, that's the little image that you see on these YouTube videos. So I've got all these different kinds of videos, and all I need to do is click on one that I like. I'm like, okay, I like this. So then we can go in and replace everything super fast. So we can come over here, and I'm just going to search for, let's try middle-age woman. Okay. We want, actually, I wanted to go down here. I want middle-aged woman. Okay. So there's a person. So I have this right here, and I want to put that person there. So I come over here, and I just drop it. That's it, right? It did everything else that I need it to do. I want to change the text. I double click on it and says, we can say anything we want. How to, lowercase, how to make money blogging. And see, if something like that happens, you just come over here and do that. So it's really, really easy to use. And you just drag around everything that you want. It does the rest for you, and you change it. If I don't like the background color, I just come up here and change it to whatever color I like. Let's say this color. If I don't like text being that color, I can come up here and, of course, make it a light color. So, in a couple seconds, without any skill whatsoever, just by clicking around, you can make something. And that's the beauty of this particular tool, is that, again, you don't have to be skillful to actually do this. So literally anyone can do it. Does that make sense to everyone? Yes? So you just had it, actually. Yeah, there's actually a video that we have on the video in the training that we did previously, I believe, that I showed how to do it. So, and and here's the other thing: if there's something that we don't have and that in there, and you guys want to know how it works or whatever, I may think it's obvious, right? Because there's only a couple fields. You fill in the blank, push a button. But if there's something that you don't know how to do, all you have to do is send us a message, and if it's not there, then what I'll do is I'll make it. So most of the time, a video only takes a couple seconds. So it's not that difficult. So, but again, it's what you want to create. Now, going through some of these tools, again, we have personas, we have job resumes, travel planner. Okay, this one's kind of cool. So where do we want to visit? Belize. Okay, you got money down there? No, you should. How many days you going to stay? Anybody? 7. 7 days. Oops. How many days? 7 days. And then what's your budget that you want to spend per day? 300. $300 a day. And we're going to leave it at adventurous. So what this is going to do, this is a travel planner, right? And so this is what we're going to do. It's going to fill in the blank. Day 1, arrive in Belize and check into your hotel located in Belize City. Start your adventurous trip by exploring the ancient Maya ruins of Altun Ha, I guess. Marvel at the impressive stone temples and learn about the fascinating history of the Mayan civilization. Enjoy a delicious lunch at Cucumber Beach Marina and Restaurant, where you can indulge in fresh seafood dishes while enjoying the beautiful ocean views. In the afternoon, head to the Belize Barrier Reef Reserve System, UNESCO World Heritage Site, for an exhilarating snorkeling or diving experience. Explore the coral reefs and swim among colorful tropical fish. End the day with a thrilling zipline adventure through the lush rainforest canopy at Jaguar Paw Jungle Resort. Soar across the treetops and take in the breathtaking views. Return to your hotel and relax, reminiscing about your adventurous day. Day 2, and again, it goes on. It just tells you where to go, where to eat, and everything else, and the proper sequence to do it all, to get all of this done in a single day. So then what we do is we scroll down to the end. It says the budget of $300 per day is for activities, transportation, meals, and miscellaneous expenses, excluding hotel stays. Please adjust your budget accordingly and consider currency exchange rates. So it keeps it within whatever money that you want to. I mean, I did it for like in Raleigh, North Carolina. So who lives here, right here in this city? Okay. So let's put, I want to visit Langhorne. Langhorne, PA. Okay. So I'm going to say I'm going to be staying for 7 days. Let's change that to 3 days. And then what's our budget per day? $50, man. Well, you're eating vegan food, so. So let's create content. Okay, so you guys tell me if this is right. So it says morning, day one. Start your adventurous day with a hearty breakfast at Manny's Place. The local diner is known for its delicious pancakes and friendly service. After breakfast, head to Sesame Place, an exciting theme park. Is that still around or something? Sesame Place, an exciting theme park inspired by the beloved TV show. Enjoy thrilling rides, meet your favorite characters, and take part in interactive shows. Afternoon, grab a quick and tasty lunch at Brady's American Pub, known for its delicious burgers and extensive craft beer selection. Spend the afternoon exploring the Tyler State Park, hike through the scenic trails, rent a kayak to paddle along the Neshaminy Creek, or enjoy, it's funny because one side of the room said one thing and the other side of the room said another thing, or enjoy a leisurely bike ride. Evening, indulge in a memorable dinner at Bailey's Bar and Grill, a local favorite, famous for its mouth-watering steaks and lovely atmosphere. For adventurous night owls, head to the Parks Casino for a thrilling evening in gambling and live entertainment. What was that? Okay, so, but Manny's Place is not very expensive, I'm sure, right? So, Sesame Place, that's expensive. Okay. Yeah, maybe make it $250. So again, it says, and then it says, hey, please check the availability prices. So, if you get a card at the casino, then you come and gamble for free. But anyways, it's pretty accurate most of the time. I did it for where I live, and I'm like, they have balloon rides here? And I'm like, oh man, I want to go on a balloon ride. So it was like, I never knew it, and it's like right down the road from my house. It's like, I'm like, oh my God. So actually, so I was in Africa, okay? I was in Africa, the deepest jungle. Okay, actually we were glamping in Africa, me and Russell Brunson and a bunch of other marketers. We built a school in Africa. That's what we were there for. So after we built the school, Nigeria. So after we built the school and everything, and we went through the village and everything, we came back, and on the way out, we did something fun, which was glamping at this place in the middle of somewhere. And so we decided to go on this balloon ride. Russell and his wife, me and my wife. And so we get in the hot air balloon. And it was cool. It was like 5 o'clock in the morning. They're throwing the whole thing up. They're firing. You can feel the heat, and it was amazing. And we start going up, and then you could see all the paths where all the animals were going. You could see elephants doing this, and elephants are just kind of hanging out over here and over here. A bunch of lions are tearing apart a zebra. And it was crazy. But then as we're up, again, at a place where no return, there's no way we could turn back now. We're off the ground, right? And the guy says, now, I just want to let you guys know that when we land, there's a very good chance that this whole thing's going to tip over on its side, and we're going to be dragged for 50 to maybe 100 feet. I'm like, this was not in the brochure. It was not there. I saw it. It was not there. So it didn't happen, though. We had a great landing. And then we had dinner in the middle of the Serengeti, right? And I'm like, or breakfast, I should say. And I'm like, we're having food out in the open, right? There's no protection. And I'm like, and there's lions and tigers and bears, oh my. But it was crazy. It was crazy. And then, okay, so I just got to tell you one more story about that. So we stop this truck. We're in this Jeep, right? Now, the Jeeps, no windows, right? No windows, nothing. It's open air. It's open air. There's nothing protecting you. If a lion wants to jump in, you just pray. And that's it. So all of a sudden, we go up to these lions, and all of a sudden, these lions get up, and they walk over, right? I mean, they lean against the van, and they just hang it out, right? You could reach down and just slap it on the head, just like that. That close. So I'm like, oh my gosh. So we leave this place. That was kind of cool. But then we leave this place. We go down the road, and the guy says, oh, we got to go. And as we're going, we see this log that was in the middle of the road. Now, it was a pretty big road, right? This log was in the middle of the road, and then the log started moving across the road. It was like this massive, like python or something like that. I have no idea what it was. An anaconda, maybe, right? And I watched that movie, but it didn't help at that moment. So then the guy, it goes through the off the road, and then the guy goes behind through the brush and everything, chasing. I'm like, why are you chasing this thing? Just let it go, buddy. Let it go. I'm thinking this thing's going to jump up, take a small kid or something, but it was crazy. Amazing. But anyway, so this thing works pretty good. It works anywhere around the world. I did Paris. I did a bunch of different things just to test it out to see if it was accurate and all this stuff. I did it for London, which I know really well, and again, spot on with what it is. So again, these are things that the everyday ordinary person does. So here's the thing. In my opinion, the company that wins is the company that makes AI available for the average person, not the marketers, not the people that want to do crazy stuff with it. It's the person that says, I just wanted to show me how to make wonton soup, right? And I actually used it to make wonton soup. I seriously did, right? There's a lot of salt in wonton soup. It took me 3 days to get rid of it, but but anyway, all these different things like that. As we're coming down here, we have like product tools. So let's say you want to create a course as an example. What would you like to create a course on? Anyone? How to make friends. Wow. You have all this knowledge in the world. You have all the knowledge at your fingertips, and I just want to know how to make friends. Uh, how to make friends, okay? So we're going to say it's informative. Course 1, how to make friends. Course overview, introduction to the importance of friendships, benefits of having strong social connections, impact of friendships on overall well-being, understanding personal barriers and mindset, understanding the potential obstacles for building friendships, developing confidence, enhancing self-esteem and self-acceptance, cultivating a positive self-imagery, overcoming shyness and social anxiety, enhanced social skills, active listening, and things like that. So it just goes on, which is a pretty good outline, for a course that you would want to create. But now, let me show you one other thing that's really kind of cool. If we go under, and let me think about where it is. Just a second. I think it's actually under business. Okay, so we're going to create a PowerPoint outline. So let's say, what would you like your presentation to be about? Who wants to make a presentation? Somebody. Just give me a topic. Any topic. Private lending. How to find private lenders, right? Okay. How to find private lenders. And how many slides would you like it to be? Let's keep it to 10, just to make it easy for me. And then we're going to click create. So now I programmed this to write the outline in a very specific way. And here's why. So what we're going to do is we're going to take this outline and we're just going to copy it. Okay. Actually, we have to download it. Sorry. So we downloaded the whole thing. Right. There's 10 slides, and then we're going to go up top here, and it says Goody PowerPoint. And then what we're going to do is we're going to choose the file that we just created, which is the PowerPoint outline right there. Click Open. Click Create Presentation. It says Presentation created successfully. Click OK. And it's going to start downloading it in just a second. There we go. So now we're going to go to our downloads folder. How do I get to there? Anyone know? This one? Downloads. Good job. This is just a test for you guys. I know how to do it, so So what you do is you open with a PowerPoint, and so now it's going to open PowerPoint in a second here. Some point, maybe it's on another screen. Maybe, I don't know. No, not. Oh, it's way over there. Okay, so here's you can adjust your presentation slide. Introduction to private lenders. Definition of private lenders, importance of finding private lenders, and of course you got to go in and you got to animate it, of course, right? But this is networking and referrals. In this, online lender directories, exploring online lending platforms, real estate investment forums, local real estate events, and then blah blah blah. Mortgage broker referrals, private lender meetups, attorney and accountants recommendations, online marketing and advertising, and building trust and credibility, blah, blah, blah. So think about this. We just created an actual presentation that we did, okay? And so then what we're going to do is we're going to take it one step further, okay? So what we're going to do is we're going to go and we're going to go back to our browser down here, and we're going to, let's say, to the second, let me get there, personal tools, and we're going to go to the playground, which means we can put anything we want. And I'm going to say, write a narrative for each, as if you are teaching each slide in the outline I have given you. Make it conversational and conversational and informative. Okay. So now what we're going to do is we're going to, again, grab that thing. And the way you guys get there is you right-click on this bottom piece, and you click on Downloads. So write that down. Then you grab this down here. Got it. We're going to outline. Oops, that's not outline. I don't even know what that was. I can't get rid of it, though. No, that wasn't it. What is this? Anyone know? I did escape and it wouldn't let me. I think this computer actually hates me. I did Alt. Maybe I do it again. Nope. So no. Anyway, so let's try. It's going to bother me, but we're going to just paste it. And we're going to paste it here. Okay. So now we're going to click Create Content. So, all right, let's dive into the world of private lending. Private lenders play a crucial role in real estate investing, so it's important to understand who they are and why they're valuable and how to connect with them. First off, what exactly are private lenders? Well, they're individuals or organizations that provide financing for real estate investments. They can offer flexibility, speed, and unique lending criteria compared to traditional lenders. Finding private lenders is essential for real estate investors looking to fund their project with them numerous benefits. So that sounds pretty good, right? So what we're going to do is we're going to take this and we're going to scroll down, and we're going to just copy this whole thing, and we're going to go to a tool, and it's you can use any one of these, but I'm going to say 11 Labs. Now, eventually you won't have to do this. You'll be able to do this right inside of Goody with our next version, okay? So 11 labs.com. So what this is, it's a voice, right? So I'm going to click sign in. I'm going to click, let me see if I can, at gmail.com. And let me see if I can get my password from here. And 11, oops, ELEVEN, oops, figures. Let's see. We'll just do this from here. I'm gonna sign Larry up. Got all kinds of cool stuff by the end of the day. Okay, so we have these voices here. So we have Rachel, right? We have Adam. So here's Adam. Is there audio on this?
Allow the world to live as it chooses, and allow yourself to live as you choose.
You have to turn it up somewhere. Wait a second.
Allow the world to live as it chooses, and allow yourself to live as you choose.
It sounds like Morgan Freeman.
Logic will get you from A to B.
What worries you masters you.
Before you put on a frown, make absolutely sure there are no smiles available.
So we can choose any one of these. We can choose American. We can choose British.
If you smile when no one else is around, you really mean it.
Trust yourself. You know more than you think you do.
If one is lucky, a solitary fantasy can totally transform 1 million realities.
Okay.
Government of the people, by the people, for the people shall not perish from the earth.
Love all, trust a few, do wrong to none.
These are pretty good, right?
Allow the world to live as it chooses, and allow yourself to live as you choose.
Okay, so we're going to choose this guy. Okay. Now, voice settings, we can say stability, clarity. We're not going to change anything. I don't think we need to. So we're just going to leave that alone. And then 11 multilingual, 2, that's fine. So we're just going to paste this in here. It says that you've gone past that. I put in too much. So we're going to do this first 2 paragraphs, and that's it. Okay, so what we'll do, we'll come up here. Okay, so we're going to click generate. So we got the first 2 paragraphs in there, and it's going to generate the audio. Now imagine this for a second. So we just created a presentation on how to get hard money
All right.
lenders.
Let's dive into the world of private lending. Private lenders play a crucial role in real estate investing, so it's important to understand who they are, why they're valuable, and how to connect with them. First off, what exactly are private lenders? Well, they're individuals or organizations that provide financing for real estate investments. They can offer flexibility, speed, and unique lending criteria compared to traditional lenders. Finding private lenders is essential for real estate investors looking to fund their projects, and working with them can offer numerous benefits.
So now think about this. Okay, so let's say that I want to create a presentation on, I don't know, any subject. I come here, I type and I put in what I want my presentation to be about. Do I need to know anything about that subject? No, I don't need to know anything about that subject. It's going to write it for me. So then I take that outline, I put it into, I download it, and then I pull it into the PowerPoint creator. It makes the PowerPoint, and then I come over here, I paste in the narration. I went into Goody and I made a narration for the whole PowerPoint. So then I paste that into here. It creates the audio file to go along with the PowerPoints. And now I just created a course that I could actually sell, and I'm not even part of it in any way, shape, or form. I don't know anything about it. This was actually what you'd have on each slide. I mean, think about what you would actually have on each slide. Sure. Absolutely. Yeah, as time goes on, you can definitely do that. So let me give you an example. We're going to go to a place called d-id I believe it's .com. So this is a digital platform. It says try me, it's free. And then what we can do is
DID's Creative Reality Studio just got even better. Now, as well as animating images from text or audio, you can create avatars and generate scripts using Stable Diffusion and GPT-3. Just describe what you want your avatar to look like and press create. You can make any avatar you want.
Okay, so I'm going to go over to, remember we were making our images before. So we're going to come over here to my account, and I'm going to actually download me. Okay, so we're going to click create. I'm going to right click, save image as, and we're just going to call it Armand, and we're going to save it. Okay, so we saved that. It's right there. It's a JPG. Now what we're going to do, and let's see if I can get into here. Probably not. I use my Google sign-in to do everything. So we can try it though. We can see what happens. So let's just say D-ID. Oops. D. Yep, of course it's not there. Let's we're just going to do this. I'm going to log Larry in. So I'm going to click create video. I'm going to take this and I'm going to add a presenter. So I'm going to take that photo that we made earlier. There I am. It's very impressive, actually. And then what we're going to do is we're going to copy this. Now remember, this is just coming off. I'm going to leave it at the default voice. 10 words exceeding the limit. That's okay. I'll take this last line out. Okay. 10 words preview, limit exceeded. Oh, 10 words. Let's do this. All right. Let's dive into the world of private lending. Maybe that's all we can do. I guess so. So we can choose a different voice. So we can. This is the one that they have.
All right, let's dive into the world.
No, that does not fit. I sound much more manly than that.
All right, let's dive into the world of private lending.
All right, let's dive into the world.
No.
All right, let's dive into the world of...
No.
All right, let's dive into the world of...
No. Oh my God, Eric.
All right, let's dive into the world of private lending.
Okay, let's use that one. Let's use Eric. That's better. So we're going to click this, and we're going to click Generate Video. Okay, so it's creating the video. We've got 20 credits that we can, again, have a minimal amount of audio on, of course. But it's making this. It's only like 4 seconds. So, I got to push the button, I guess. Okay, so there's my video. It's going to make it. There it is. We're going to click on it.
All right, let's dive into the world of private lending.
Is that crazy? So you could, okay, so let's say that you wanted to make, let's say that you want to do what you want to do. Okay, so here's how you do it in the images. Okay, so what we're going to do is we're going to come over here and we're going to say / imagine. space, and then we're going to say close-up image of Superman, and then we're going to say cut out then we're going to say white background. Okay, so this way it's not going to have any background on it. So then once we put that in, we're going to hit enter. And so it's going to give me now, hopefully, again, you never know. Usually the word's cut out. That's typically what it's called. When you have no background, it's just the person on a white background. So we'll see. And then I added the words white background. So yeah, that's pretty good, right? So we're having Superman, again, looks horrible at the beginning. 31%, looking a little better. 46%, 62%, looking better, looking better. The fourth one, this one down here. I think that, which one do you guys want? Number 2 looks actually like him. Number 1 looks pretty mean. This one, number 3. Okay, so let's upscale number 3. So then what we're going to do is we're going to download it. So we're going to, well, first of all, I'm going to switch the face on it. There, much better, much better. You can tell that I'm just like dying to do this like all day. So, I mean, seriously, look at it. I mean, it perfectly matches the face, right? So again, we're going to save image. We're just going to call this Armand 2, okay? We're going to click save. And then, again, same thing. If we come back over to here, we click create video, add another image, and then we're going to take that image again, and we're going to say, hi, my name is Armand Morin. And I'm awesome. So now we don't want Guy. We definitely don't want Guy. Jacob, I think, is the guy.
Hi, my name
Nope,
is
not
Arman
Jacob.
Morin, and I'm awesome.
Oops.
Hi, my name is Armand Morin, and I'm awesome.
So now it says my name, right? Armand, right? So I'm going to change that to IN. And what you do is you have to write it phonetically sometimes, like it sounds. So you do that. And actually, people always ask me, how do you say your name? It's kind of funny, actually, because my mom always said Armand, and my dad always said Armand. So either one's fine. So, Stefan?
Hi, my name is Arman Morin, and I...
Nope. Guy down here?
Hi, my name is Arman Morin.
Nope. Use him. Benjamin?
Hi, my name is Arman Morin, and I'm awesome.
Nope. Let's go back to this guy. So we're going to take that again, generate video. Click a button. Generates it. A couple seconds. Again, it's actually pretty quick even when you have a long script. Yeah, to make it longer, you have to actually... It's actually really cheap, actually. I think I pay like maybe $5 a month. Yeah, I don't know. I get like the cheapest plan. I don't play around with it too much.
Hi, my name is Arman Morin, and I'm awesome.
I mean, look at it's like blinking. Look at that again.
Hi, my name is Arman Morin,
head
and I'm
tilts.
awesome.
That's crazy. So the pricing on this is this. Let me see. The light version is $4 and, well, actually, let's go monthly. $5.90 a month. You get 40 credits. One credit is up to 15 seconds of video. So for every 15 seconds, that's one credit that you're going to use. So if you wanted to make like a full minute, that would be like 4 credits. So does that make sense? So it's not bad. It's not bad, depending on how many you want to do and how many you want to make per month. it's not a bad situation. But I've never seen anything as good as this. And I've really have seen most of them, most all of them. So, that sound good? Yes? So, what other things do you guys want to know about AI? Things that you want to do, things you've seen, things that you like it to happen. I mean, inside of here, we can do most anything. We can create a course outline, an ebook outline. You can create an ebook chapter. We actually have text for, I was going through Kickstarter, and we have text for a Kickstarter campaign. So if you're creating a Kickstarter campaign, it will actually write the text for you. Meta keywords, descriptions, SEO optimized article. We have an SEO2 optimized article. There's a second version that I made. We have video tools, YouTube description. You'll actually write a video script. So let's say that you want to create a script for your YouTube video. You don't know what to say, but you're talking about this. You enter in what you're talking about, and it actually produces an actual video script. So that's how that works. This is one that I actually wanted. I was like, what would you like to, it's an explainer video, right? I wanted to make a video. I wanted to hire someone to make me a video, but guess what? I didn't want to sit down and write it. So you have to tell them what to do. I'd say brand new software AI called goody.ai. Okay, so I'm just going to say that. So background music fades in. Narrator. Are you tired of spending countless hours analyzing and managing your business's data? Let's do this. AI. I should have been more specific. Brand new AI copywriting software. Big difference. Then we're going to put AI at the end. Underneath that extra I. There you go. Attention business owners and marketers. Are you tired of spending countless hours crafting compelling copy that truly speaks to your audience? Introducing Goody AI, the revolutionary AI copywriting tool that will transform the way you communicate with your customers. And then it says exciting visuals of people using Goody AI appear on screen. Imagine having an exceptional writer at your fingertips, available 24/7, ready to create captivating content that resonates with your target market. With Goody AI, your writing worries will become a thing of the past. And then it goes on, of course. We don't need to read the whole thing. So, again, it writes it all for you. And again, the reason I wrote this, because I'm like, oh man, I want to create this. I want to do this, but I don't want to sit down and write it myself because I don't have time. So I came here, it wrote it for me. I passed it off to someone else. They read the script or make a video for me or whatever I want to make, and then they go from there. Does that make sense? Yes? So, and then, again, all kinds of different website copy, about us page, an event page, webinar page, short sales letter, a press release, grammar correction, a fictional story. Here's one, this motivational story one. So what point do you want to make? I'm going to say, I want to make a point. I say, to not ever give up. Okay, so now what we're going to do is we're going to click this. Now, here was my point in writing this. I hate it a lot of times when people just put a fictional story. So, a guy told me a long time ago, actually, he's an old time speaker. He's passed away now. But I saw him a long, long time ago. I met him. His name was Charles Tremendous Jones. And he was a motivational speaker back in the day. Big guy, hugged everybody. And he was just amazing at what he did. And he always, in that time I saw him speak, he said, never tell a story without a point and never give a point without a story. And I never forgot that for as long. And I was like 19 years old when I heard him say that. And it's always been with me ever since. Never tell a story without a point and never give a point without a story. In the depths of World War II, when the fate of nations hung in the balance, there lived a man whose unwavering determination embodied the essence of never giving up. His name was Winston Churchill, and little did the world know that his extraordinary resilience would alter the course of history. Churchill's journey to greatness, and it goes on telling the whole story, of course. And then, I'm sure it's going to say to never, ever, never give up or something like that. I can't remember the exact quote, but he actually said it. So it goes on to the story. And again, you can use it in your copywriting and things of that nature, because I think it's better to illustrate a story from a real life person that actually has been, and someone that they may know already. And so that was the point of actually creating this. We have a translator. So in other words, you can take any copy, put it in there, and translate it into another language, and create it into proper language. In other words, many times when you translate something word for word into another language, it doesn't come out right because some things are backwards and forwards and everything else. So this will actually translate it like it's actually spoken in that language, so it makes perfect sense. So that's easy. I mean, that alone, honestly, is just a business. Translating things into other languages. I mean, there's boatloads of people that I know in the past that have actually paid a boatload of money to have their courses, books, and things of that nature translated into another language. A book title, an article rewriter. Again, sometimes you have an article, you have the content there. Like my wife takes my content that I have, and I have a lot of recorded content, and we turn them into articles. We have them transcribed, and then what we do is we turn them into articles. But then when you turn it word for word, what I'm saying, it doesn't sound right, because in the moment when you hear it, it made sense. But because you don't have that inflection, it doesn't work. So we put it into here, and then it rewrites the whole article to make it in proper English. Let's put it that way. To make me sound smart. So that's kind of what it does. So again, all of these different pieces along the way are just things that are honestly just the beginning, of Goody, what it does and how it works. And like I said, what we're doing is by moving to this new function, this new place, it allows us to do a number of different things. We just have a much better, more organized layout. We have things that work a little bit better. You can have as much more screen room if you choose to, and then you can just pop that out if you want. And then you can do all these other things, like the coding is in a much better format. The voiceovers, which we'll have inside of here. So the voiceovers, I mean, most people will pay, like the voiceover, as an example, as a whole entirely service, right? So that's another service that you'd have to pay for. You saw that one service, which is pretty good. So we'll be using actually 2 voiceover systems, not just one. We'll be using Microsoft, and then we'll also be using Google has a built-in voiceover service, and ultimately we'll actually have Amazon as well too. So have probably about 128 different voices that you can have in every language. It's actually kind of funny because I was playing around and I was putting just a piece of text into it and listening to it, and then I put it in English, and then I have it read back as a Filipino. Okay, now here's the thing, right? I'm Filipino, I can say this, right? So Filipinos cannot say F's, right? They, instead of an F, they put in a P. So it's Filipino, right? That's, if you listen to them, that's exactly what they say. Now, the strange part is my mother named my older brother Frederick Alfred Morin, right? So, and she always called him Preddy, right? That was the way she said it, always. But anyway, so I put this English language in it, and then I selected, I wanted a Filipino accent, and guess what? It said the P's. It said the P's were F's were every single time. It was like so accurate. Like, oh my God. And me and my wife just cracked up laughing. So it will do all kinds of different languages, but you can have it spoken with different accents because, let's face it, I'm sorry, but an English accent sounds smarter than an American accent. They just sound like they know something, right? They sound more educated than we do. I mean, let's put it this way. I have a friend of mine who has a big Southern drawl, and he just doesn't sound smart, though, right? It was just crazy. It's like some people can pull that off. He couldn't. He just can't do it. So it's kind of funny. But all these different things, I mean, are all part of it, and we can add things as we go. Does that make sense? But also at the same time, all you have to do is, if there's something that's not there, is you contact us, and then what we'll do is we'll be able to do that. See? So questions you guys have? Currently, it's only available in Goody. But, so here was my thing. I was thinking last night, right? I was thinking last night, I'm like, well, why couldn't we take it and figure out a way to actually put like these things on different sites? And that's kind of what I was thinking. Now, I think I'd have to do it separately because what would happen is if you have people constantly answering questions, it's just costs a boatload of money to constantly do that. So we'd probably have it run as a separate service, and we'll probably have, I've already have it planned kind of. It's called goody.chat. That'll ultimately be something like that. But also, along with that service, not only will you be able to have these things like this, but you'd actually be able to have actually AI, and you'd be able to train it on your own voice and things of that nature as well too. On your own methods, you'll be able to upload things into it as well. Truly act as a customer service or something like, along that line, or answering your product questions. No. Yeah, just not the way, there's nothing that I know of that can upload to TikTok, Instagram, Facebook, and wherever at the same time. Currently, I mean, eventually, I'm sure someone will make one. Acast? I'm not sure. So, yeah, I'd check it out. If it does, it does. Most of them will allow you to stream. A lot of times, a streaming video, you'll be able to stream to multiple platforms, but you can't actually post. So there's a difference there. Oh, go ahead. Yeah. Yeah. Essentially. Yep. Yeah, I've already pre-coded exactly what that particular function of that piece is. Correct. Is that if you look at like copy.ai or Jasper, there's really no difference in the answer that they give you if you just went to ChatGPT. And so I don't find that extremely helpful because it's not geared towards that, where we enter data that will actually train it to do a certain function. A lot of ours is copywriting that we train it on, existing copy. Like I have plans, I haven't done it yet, but one of the things I do, one of the greatest copywriters in the world was a guy named John Caples. So John Caples, he wrote copy about the 1920s or so. But every copywriter to this very day utilizes his letters as their basis of writing actual copy today. So what we're going to be doing is uploading every single one of his letters into our system. Oh, quick. Manipulate it. Yeah, we can upload data to it. It's a very complicated way to upload the data. You got to take the data, you've got to typically rechange the format of it. You have to write it into actual code, and then you have to upload the data, and that's the problem. That's where it makes it difficult for most people to do now. I can't just say act as if act as if a sustainability expert. So we feed it like a fitness trainer. So we might take data from that either existing that has already been trained, and we just upload it. So we might buy that data with the knowledge that it has if we think it's valuable enough, or we'll start feeding it data like we'll start prompting it. And prompting it will mean like we'll enter different fitness trainers, we'll enter different people like bodybuilders and things of that nature that we'll put into it, and that will actually change the outcome of what it does. So we can make it act as if it happens. One of the features that we'll be adding, like see all these pictures here? So one of the things that we'll be doing is we'll have a different section. It will all be historical figures. So it'll be John F. Kennedy, Martin Luther King, all the famous people throughout history. And then you'll actually be able to literally chat with them as if you are talking to the real person. Another scenario that we're adding to it is books. Actually, that idea came the last time I was here, and we can do it now, but it's a little bit more difficult. Now, I was playing around with it, and here's the thing with books, is that it's actually very, very impressive. So some of you probably heard the book Think and Grow Rich, right? So the book Think and Grow Rich is written by Napoleon Hill, and I asked it a question, and I had a copy sitting right next to me, and I asked the question, what was on page 27 of Think and Grow Rich? The page. And so all of a sudden it gives me, and I'm like, that doesn't match up at all. And then I'm starting to go through the versions of Think and Grow Rich. So there's multiple versions written over the years. I went back to the actual original version, found it online, went to that particular page, and guess what? It was right on the money. And then I started asking stupid questions like, what's the fifth word down on the page? And I mean, just to test, right? I'm asking all kinds of questions. And then it did this. Then I tried to totally trick it, right? I asked it, what is the concept of a mastermind? And then it told me, different people gathering and blah, 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 sharing ideas. Actually, that's not untrue. That's not true at all. The funny part is that everyone believes that that is the definition of a mastermind, is where you gather with other people and you work together, right? It's actually not. The original concept that Napoleon Hill had sounds a little bit crazy. He said, in my head, I would have my fictitious boardroom. I had Henry Ford, Abraham Lincoln, and John D. Rockefeller, all these people. And that was his mastermind, literally a mastermind in his head. But again, it was translated. So I asked it the question. Then he told me the question, the normal answer that everyone gives. And then I said, but didn't Napoleon Hill originally have it in his head? And it came back and said, you're right. In this first book, and it was the Laws of Success, I believe it was. There's 2 volumes of it. And that's where he wrote about it. That's where he wrote about the full piece. So I tried to trick it, and then it actually still nailed me. So it's very interesting. But you can do it with every book, almost every book that's out there. And it will, now everything is dated up until April of 2023. So it moved up all the data that it has, and it's fairly recent. Eventually, we'll be able to go in real time. It'll be updated as the world updates. And that's where we're going to have a lot of fun. Sure. You can't actually. No, because you can do voice, but it's not really accurate in asking questions or conversing. Yeah, it's really not a two-way conversation. It's more like a one-way. Yeah, it'll eventually be essentially conscious, at some point. You had a question? Sure. Yeah. Really? Yeah. Yeah, I mean, we don't. Now, OpenAI is better and getting better at putting limitations on it. I'm really surprised that you had that response, because typically it won't give specific advice like that. It will be very generic and stay above board, just like when we asked the question, I think it was about health or something earlier. It just gives you the overview. So I think that's probably, I'm just going to say it's probably a rare instance that it had, but yeah, it's a lot of people try to trick it into doing different things. I get pissed off because it won't give me the right answers, right? I'm trying. I want it to, here's $100,000. How do I make $1 million, right? I just want, tell me, right? I know you can, right? You have all the data in the world. Why not just tell me? And it won't. It won't do anything. And some people have tried to get around that, but they haven't yet. So we'll see. But yep. Stable Diffusion and DALI 3. Yeah. DALI 2. Well, originally in the beginning of the day, I started using Midjourney. No. Yeah, 3 different things. Midjourney is not on anywhere. No one can actually access it other than through the method that I showed you guys. There's not an API that exists to make it happen. We figured out a way that we could possibly do it, but it could, yeah. If they had access to it, I'd be the first one to jump in line and say, let's add that. But yeah, Stable Diffusion is very close, and DALI 3, which is almost identical to it now. It's pretty close. I'll just say it's pretty close. Not really the same, but. Sure. Yeah, we can't do that right now. Like I said, we would probably create a separate service for that, just because the resources that are necessary to power potentially thousands of different websites would be totally different. And obviously that wasn't factored into the cost that when we developed this particular product. But on that separate product, yeah, we'll have definitely an AI system that you can. The most simplest version that we've decided to do was that you put in your website and you give it it'll scan your website and actually follow every single one of your pages and know what to answer back to people based upon the information that you give it. You can upload PDFs, you'll be able to upload audio and video, and then it will train it to answer the questions that someone has on your specific site. Some people that claim they do it. I mean, I couldn't name exactly. Just go to Google, type in like AI chatbot, and you'd probably find some company that does it. Absolutely. Any other questions? Go ahead. Sure. Yeah. Well, read it for you or summarize it. Well, and then what? After it reads it, how are you going to get the information? Oh, you just want to read a page? Audio. Yeah, that's all you have to do. You just you can download a reader you can get free ones. Just go to Google Chrome extensions and you'll find all kinds of things that will read your web page for you, and read a PDF for you and things of that nature. Yeah, it's not. I mean, it's kind of AI, but not really AI. So, but yeah, there's a ton of things that do that right now, definitely easily, and a lot of it's built into the browser. So, okay, so here's the thing. So we've covered a lot today. Again, those of you that don't have Goody, you can just fill out the form and give it to Ken or me at the back, and then we'll get you started. We'll give you access to it literally later on today. So that'd be the one thing. And then you'll be actually trained in the new system. You'll basically won't go into the new system today. You'll actually go into the old system today. And then when the new system comes out, then you'll be pushed into the new system along with everybody else. Those of you that have Goody already, then what will happen is we'll automatically migrate everybody over to the new system when we make that switch. And there's not a lot that we have to do. I want to change a couple things on here. And of course, we test everything. I test like a lot of different stuff to make sure that no one runs into any kind of problems or anything like that. And the new system, like I said, is just going to give us much more control over it. And again, it's just a nicer experience for everybody. So does that make sense to everyone? Yes? So with that, unless you guys have other questions, we're going to wrap it up. Question? Yeah, we use a website called onlinejobs.ph, and it's basically it's 500,000 Filipinos, and don't piss them off. Yeah, a lot of people. No, just what you do is you can go there and you can put up what you're looking for, and then you can get people. But a lot of people make the mistake that, oh, because I'm hiring people so cheap, they can do everything, and they can't. So if you want to hire a graphics person, then you hire a graphics person. If you want to hire someone that does writing, you hire a writing person. If you want someone to do social media, you tell them you want a social media person. And so you create different jobs just like you would here in the US, except it's just going to cost you a greatly reduced number. And what I teach people is to make teams. So the average student that I have actually has 2 Filipinos working for them. Why? Because it's just how they progress so fast. They can, they hire the 2 people that they need that's doing most of their work. I have people that have hired people on there, for example, to ghostwrite a book. And they actually hired a professor at a university that is literally an expert in the world for this particular topic. We've had another person that actually has not only has like 5 Filipinos working for them, but one of them actually does his accounting books as well online. So you can actually get people to do whatever it is that you want in whatever skill level that you want. But the most important part is just as long as you're clear what you want them to do, then yeah. And all of them speak English. In the Philippines, what happens is before you can graduate high school, you have to be fluent in English. So, so every single person, they may not like to speak English a lot of times, but they do, and they all 100% understand English, so not an issue. Onlinejobs.ph. I don't know, I think we have like 3 different videos that are actually uploaded there. Like, I think the 3 that we have up there is like an hour and a half each. So, but again, they'll be useless in about 10 days because we're switching to the new system. No, they will, but the ones that we had previously are not going to have. You know, they could be appropriate for this one. So this one will have all new videos on all the different aspects. And what we'll do is like we'll go through basically everything on the left-hand side. Each one of those will actually be a separate training video because everything you do inside of one of those is pretty much the same. Yeah, so it doesn't have to do it for every single thing that we do. Other questions? Anybody? You got to get me now before I get on the ship. Want to think about? What is it that you want to think about? I'm just joking. Yeah, I'm just joking. It's okay. We're not leaving until you get it. I've been doing this for 26 years. I'm not going anywhere. Yeah. Is that what everyone else says? Most people, right? It's today only. I'm just joking. But yeah, I mean, yeah, definitely. But here's the thing. If you go online, you guys seen the website. It's not really a big secret. If you go to Goody, just like we showed previously, Goody tells you everything that is there, of course, right? We tell you everything. You try it out. You can try it out for $1 if you wanted to there. But here's the thing, is that then you're going to be paying $50 a month every single month. If you want to pay for the year, it's going to be $500 a year, billed on that way. But again, what you're getting we're getting the trainings that we're about to do. That's the most important part. The training is important because you are going to learn exactly what to put in. You've got to be clear on what you put in order to get clear on what you get out. And that it's like basic computer language, right? Garbage in, garbage out. That's the standard basics of computers. And so the training's on that. The other part is that once you see all the different ways that you can actually not only use Goody, but actually use it as a revenue stream if you choose to. Not everyone wants to use it as a revenue stream, but this way on the package that we're offering, you don't get commercial rights on the website. That's the one thing. We don't offer commercial rights. We don't plan to offer it on the website. We only offer it like here. That's the kind of thing. So with the commercial rights, that gives you the ability to actually use anything that you create with actually being able to sell it to other people. If you want to. It's not like you have to. I don't, but I could. Well, you can use it for your personal use. Like Printify or something like that. On that particular case, you technically own that material. But on something like the Printify thing, I would say it doesn't really matter. But if you wanted other people as a service, then I would say no. You see what I mean? So because that's still what you're using for personal use, but you're using it for your person to make a business. Do you see what I mean? Instead of like saying you're not using it as a service. You see what I mean? You're using it for your service. That's the difference. And so that's the way it is. Other questions about it? Anything? Yeah. Yes. Yeah, that's like people on your team. You can actually add team people to it. So you'll be able to have 5 different users that actually come on that would share your account, basically. So if you hired other people that, let's say from the Philippines as an example, you could actually give them their own special login and they would have access to your account without actually using your particular username, password, and giving them the farm to do anything they want. So that's the key. So does that make sense to everyone? Other questions? Questions? No, you're not lending Jack out. You're not letting people use your account or anything. If you're like going to sell it as a service to like businesses, that's what I mean, right? That's commercial. Yeah. So, and then on the new system, again, like I said, especially on the new system, you make it even easier to actually add additional people. It's actually designed from the ground up to add more people like that. So everyone gets 5 users on their account, and again, we never thought about adding more because there's never been a reason. No one's ever asked. So we haven't figured that part out. Most of the time when people actually offer like team members, there's usually an additional charge per team member when people add it on because they're using more resources as it goes. So the way we built the system and the reason why we priced it like this, where it's unlimited, if you look at every other system out there, there's a limitation. There's how many words. It's literally going by the words. How many words you can actually use, how many images that you can actually use per month. That's what all systems actually go by, because actually I get charged by the number of words that you guys use. I get charged by the number of images you guys use. I get charged all kinds of stuff, right? But on the average, you're going to have people using it a lot, and you're going to have some people using it low, and I've kind of figured out the fact that it averages out. You see what I mean? Anything else? What do you mean? No. So OpenAI is a foundation that's created AI. It has a board. It's like a big corporation. And so they created the system where they make their money is selling it to not the average person, because the average person really is not going to use it very much. They're making money selling it to people like me that are going to take that AI platform and turn it into something else. I don't have to pay each time someone uses it. So each time that you do something like we did earlier, like ask a question or anything, I get charged every single time each one of you ask a question. Don't ask a lot of questions. So that's how it's charged. Now, again, it's like fractions of a cent in a lot of cases, and sometimes, like with GPT-4, actually a lot more expensive to be able to do things. And what they do is they charge you one price when you ask the question, and they charge you another price to get the answer back. I don't see it because they've gone down every time they've released the pricing. So that's the reason. And if they did, let's say they shit the bed, right? Let's just say that. What would happen is there's enough other AI platforms out there that we know that we can integrate with in seconds. So there's other systems that exist that are similar. There's some platforms that are even intend on being bigger. Elon Musk is creating a system. Facebook is creating a system. There's another system called Claude. There's like a bunch of different systems that exist, and some of them I maintain like a I monitor like every other system just to kind of see what happens. Every morning, I get notified of every AI system, and they send me messages. And what the messages do is basically just tell me what's happening in the world of AI. And some of it is useless. Some of it's interesting, like firing the CEO of OpenAI. I mean, that is very interesting. It's very shocking. But other than that, yeah, it's there. And so what most people are doing with OpenAI, even what I'm doing with OpenAI, is just like the tip of the iceberg. What's going to happen in the very near future? I mean, we're talking in months. You're going to see AI go from what it is now, where we're asking a question, to it being automated. So I was explaining to someone earlier, what you would do is, let's say a person comes in. Let's say I want to. Let's say I'm playing the stock market. Okay, playing the stock market. I'm following all these different stocks, and I want the notification every time something happens with that stock, knowing whether I'm going to buy it, sell it, whatever it may be. Keep it. So every morning when I wake up, I set the notification, I set the process, and then it will automatically go at a specific time that I mentioned, like 9 o'clock, and it will go out, read the news headlines, look for any kind of news on those specific companies, look at the prices on those different companies, and then put it all together, analyze it, tell me if I should buy, if I should sell, based upon what I tell it to do, and then send me an email with all those notifications at 9:01, and then automatically. We'll be able to actually take the AI, and we'll be able to say, okay, whenever a person sends me an email, whenever you receive an email from this specific email address, I want you to scan the email. I want you to take the person's name, the customer who purchased it. I then want you to take that name, and then I want you to send it over to Printify, and I want you to ship that customer a t-shirt with this design on it. And then I want you to take that customer, add them to our autoresponder sequence, and I want them to be added and then automatically sent messages for the next X number of days. And then if that person logs into my system more than X number of times, I want you to take them and I want you to put them on a special list. And then I want you to make this offer to them. You see what I mean? We can do almost all of that now, right? Almost all of it. But what they have announced recently is what they call AI assistants. And that just changed the game on everything. And everyone's trying to figure out how to use them. Some of it. You have to play what's your specialty. The one thing I learned with AI is that you can't be everything. But the things that come in my bucket is, yeah, we'll add things if it's, again, monetarily feasible, if it makes sense. Here's one thing that I didn't show you guys. I haven't finished it yet, so it's really in its rough form. I believe it's this. So this is my AI book generator. Okay, so it's very rough. Okay, so this is like a prototype. So we're going to tell it that we want a book, and let's just say 20 pages. We want the role of AI. So who do we want it to act as? I'm going to say you are a social media expert. Okay, I'm just going to use something simple. The genre, business and social media. Business and social media. And then I'm going to write social media management, social media. And then I'm going to click on auto-generate chapters. So then what's going to happen is I'm going to click generate the concept. So I click the button, and it says providing efficient social media management services to help businesses thrive and maximize their online presence through strategic social media strategies. Then I'm going to say, okay, go ahead, make the table of contents. So now what it's doing is it's actually going and making the table of contents for the book, and it just made the table of contents, and that's what it looks like for 21 chapters. And then I'm going to click generate chapters. Okay, so now watch that bottom area right here. So what will happen is It's out there. It's researching it. It's putting together the chapters. There's the chapter table of contents. And then when you scroll down, you can actually just go to, go have lunch or something. And then it will actually write the whole book without doing anything. However many pages I said 20, but we could have made as many pages as we wanted. I could have put 200. I could have put whatever. Here's chapter 1. There's an outline for it. And number 2, it started writing a little bit. So these are the things that we have to fix because it wrote another outline for number 1 and number 2. And so I just have to adjust the wording on it. And that's why we haven't released it yet. But yeah, this is actually, honestly, it would actually take me about an hour to finish it. But I have to make it look pretty and all the other good stuff. So this is the whole idea. This is the concept. And it's going to keep on going until it does what it feels as the whole book. There's chapter 4, and it's just going to keep on going. And it will just automatically write. So literally you put what you want to book on. Here's my vision for it. Here's write the book, but it's going to ask you different questions. It's going to ask you, what would you like the book to be about? Is it fiction or nonfiction? And how many pages would you like it to be? And that's it. That's the only things that we need to know. And actually, one more. What would you like the title of the book to be? That's the other thing I said I'm going to do. And it might have it where you can have it do it automatically. But this was proof of concept that could I do it? And the answer is yes. So, and this is no one on the whole internet has this. Everyone has tried and it's crap. Right? You have to outline it. You have to do all these things. You have to do it one at a time. And it's still not going to keep in the same story because it just gets too big. And the way that we program this to work is that we're taking each chapter and behind the scenes, we're outlining it. And then behind the scenes, we're actually having each one of those bullet points actually write a different part of that chapter. And then by the time you're finished with it, we'll have personalities that you'll be able to put into it. It will actually develop. I had a book that I was writing that I was just playing. And it wrote this in-depth scenario about this person thinking. And I thought I was writing a book on a nonfiction book on how to change your life in 7 days. That's what I thought I was writing. But all of a sudden it starts writing this fictional story. And I'm like, oh my God. So then I just let it go. And I just kept on writing it. And at a certain point, the system crashed. And the reason is because there's only a certain amount of data that even ChatGPT will actually retain. After about 10 chapters, it will ultimately crash. And it will lose everything that it's written before. So that's why we do each part, literally, here's one bullet, write it, then here's another bullet, and that's happening behind the scenes. And then here, it'd be ultimately just putting all these together. So right now, it's actually just writing the outline of each individual chapter. But if you look at each chapter, how much detail, chapter 9 alone, right? If you broke those pieces out into parts of the chapter, this would be section 1, section 2, section 3, and so on all the way down the road. Same thing with chapter 10 and all of this. So, just doing this is kind of impressive, but at the same time, I want to write the actual book. So does that make sense to everyone? You are, technically. You can put your name on whatever. Who do you, okay, here's the answer. Who do you want it to be? Then congratulations, it's you. Who wrote Tony Robbins' book? Anyone read Tony Robbins at all? Yeah, he didn't write it. Yeah, I know the ghostwriter. She's one of my students, actually. You can hire yourself. So it's stuff in the back. That's what the strike. That's what the whole was about. Is intellectual property of their image. That's the whole point of the strike that's been going on for the last almost year. It could, Yeah, I mean, just like Spider-Man says, with great power comes great responsibility. You know, it's that's just the way it works. Yeah, I mean, AI is the greatest power that there is right now. Think about it. There's nothing that can do it. I mean, you could, in the wrong hands, AI could be extremely dangerous. But you know, I don't think writing a book is going to be that bad. And it won't do anything really. It's going to block all the things that you could negatively put into it. There's a filter. There's like so many filters on this thing. It will like shut you down. Yeah, I'm just saying that there's like, I think there's more or less a common agreement among AI companies about responsibility. That's why the government is also checking in on this. They're watching it. They're seeing what you can't do. It's beyond, there's so much stuff going on behind the scenes. We'll never know the real story about what's happening with this. We'll never know what's actually coming. We'll never know how long this has even been around. What we just know that when we heard it was around. Do you know that AI since last year in November, that's when basically the world heard about it. Now, AI had already been out. OpenAI had already been out for 3 years, publicly, out in the open. But yet no one talked about it. No one said anything about it. But it was already there. And then it got popular real quick because they came out with the next version and they tested it against doctors and it won. It would be just as good as any doctor could be and be right and accurate. So it's crazy. It's really crazy. Go ahead. It wouldn't. Oh, when you, yeah, nonfiction, sure. Now it writes the whole narrative. It will do better than you ever thought. I actually gave it instructions to write like Dan Brown. I actually told it I want it like Dan Brown. I wanted a story that's based upon history. I want the examples in the story to match up with what has happened in the real world. That's what I mean. I don't read any fiction. I don't. But I like Dan Brown because he makes you think that could be possible. It's like I'm in England and I'm like, okay, this is where that happened, and I want to go to Ireland and I want to go to France, and this is where it happened down here. It's underneath here, right? And it's like crazy stuff. But that's why I'm like, I wanted that kind of descriptive. I want that kind of things to happen. And then I just told it, I want you to write like this author. I want you to do it in that tone. I want it to do this. And again, the more details you give it, the better it's going to be. You can use that as a basis in the beginning to make it lean towards a certain way, or to use these stories as examples, or something like that. Sure, you could do something like that just by kind of leaning it in the right direction. So, and again, there'll ultimately be a stop button. So let's say it's writing the book, right? I checked the button that said do this, but to automatically write the chapters. But what I didn't do was if I didn't do that, I would have to click create chapter. And at any point that I wanted to bail on this, I would just, okay, let's take this and then let's rewrite this a little bit. Let's change the outline. It's going by the outline, the table of contents. So we could change the table of contents up and change direction midway. And we could do something like that. Does it make sense? Bye-bye. Sounds good. Thank you. But yeah, we could change everything around and we can guide it the way we want it to do. So, but yeah, so this is, like I said, proof of concept. Once we have this, it'll look entirely different. It'll look pretty, and buttons and all that good stuff. This was written in about 20 minutes, right? Sometimes, you have 20 minutes and it makes a difference. But basically, we're just teaching it to do one step at a time. That's all we're doing. What was that? Yeah, that's right. What's that? Yeah, this will be part of the system. It's eventually going to be part of the system, no doubt. No one's different. No one's different on the system. Everyone gets the exact same scenarios and everything else. So, yeah, sure. Any other questions? Anybody? 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 Yeah. Yeah. 100%. I would, if I was to start some kind of a business right now, I would probably do a social media business, and social media management, things of that nature, because it's so easy. Whether you're using this, if you want to do it yourself personally, or you could actually even outsource the whole thing. I would do a social media business 100%. Gary Vaynerchuk says the same thing. It's just so easy. You could literally start today and, by, let's put it this way. If you start Monday morning, by Monday night, you could actually have a customer paying you monthly for it. It's kind of that quick if you contact the right people. I'm not saying it's easy. Don't get me wrong, right? But you do have to build a website. You do have to contact them. You do have to put some work behind it. But you can have certainly outsourced to do something like that. So again, utilizing AI or utilizing whatever tool or outsourcing, I think social media is a simple thing that people can do. It's something that people want. And also it's the same thing when you're talking about local businesses. Social media is one of the things that they just don't want to do. I run a Chinese restaurant. I don't want to do that. Boom, right? I run this. I'm a dry cleaner. I know everyone knows me. Do they? Right? And then you can target the local area. It's exactly. How much do you pay them? 17, say it again, louder. $1,700 a month. So what do they give you for $1,700 a month? That's pretty good. Yep. So that's pretty good, but it's also $1,700 a month, right? So there are things, that are like that. I mean, hey, it's valuable if it's worth what you get out of it. So if he's paying $1,700 a month, obviously, if it's working for him, that's great. If not, then that's something else. So anyway, if you guys don't have any other questions, thank you all very much for coming. And if you have any questions, let us know. Other than that, everyone have a great evening, and I will talk to everyone soon.